Hottest paranormal live show on YouTube, Into the Fringe, where we discuss lost civilizations, UFOs, cryptids, unsolved mysteries, megalithic structures, extraterrestrials, interdimensional portals, time skips, and more. Don't change that channel, because now you are leaving the mainstream and entering into the fringe.
Greetings, followers. It is I, Cardinal Sin, and welcome to another episode of Into the Fringe. And tonight, our guest is Micah Hanks. And Micah is a writer, podcaster, researcher, and speaker whose interests cover a wide variety of subjects, including history, archaeology, science, and the future of humankind. A longtime researcher and proponent of the scientific study of unidentified aerial phenomena, or UFOs, Micah has authored a number of books and has contributed many essays, articles, and blogs to various publications. Along with his podcasts, he has also worked as a narrator, lending his voice to several audiobooks, radio programs, and other recorded projects over the years. Welcome back, my friend Micah Hanks, to Into the Fringe.
Always good to be here. How you doing, pal?
Doing great. Glad that you're here, obviously. And while we're waiting for people to roll in, let's just say hello to some folks in the chat. Herc130 is here and says, hello, is this thing on? Ari is here with hello, sinners. And I think that might be it for right now, but they'll be coming in.
Oh, yeah. The rest of them will be here soon enough, right?
What's that?
I said the rest of them will be here soon enough, right?
Yes. I did just tweet it out. So how have you been?
Well, life's always interesting, and busy, I guess, is the best way to describe my current state of matter, right? I thought there were only 4 of them, and then I learned about busy, which is even more excited than plasma, right?
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's where we are. And yourself, I see you've got your camera fixed. Last time we did one of these, I don't think that you were camera bound.
It ended up not being my camera. It ended up being the Avast suite.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that. So I called the Geek Squad out, and the guy listened to what I had to say and then said, I think we need to uninstall your Avast suite. So I was like, okay, do it, whatever. And he did, and everything was back to normal. So I have another antivirus program, and that won't be interfering with us anymore, I hope.
That's always excellent. Yeah, you got to watch out for those little incompatibility issues. I've had my fair share of those over the years myself.
Well, you should have warned me, Micah.
Yeah, no, I meant to, right?
And hail to Malaya Grimm, who I will be seeing in early October with Walter Bosley. He's going to take us on the Empire of the Wheel tour.
Oh, how cool.
Yeah, that's going to be really cool. And I get to poke my nose into his movie because I'm a producer and kind of look at what he's doing. And I think he's into the stop motion animation phase at this point.
Oh, that's going to be interesting. So that's going to be part of the film, huh?
Yeah, it's a 27-minute film. That's what he's shooting for. And he's already shot all the live actors and principal photography and stuff. So now he's just hunkering down to do the little, frame by frame stop motion animation.
Wow. That's
Sort of Ray Harryhausen type of thing.
That should be amazing, though. If Walter's involved, I'm sure it will be incredible.
Yeah. From what I've seen so far, it looks great. while people are rolling in, I'd like to mention that you've generously offered an autographed copy of your book, Magic, Mysticism, and the Molecule, to our lucky winner. And thank you so much.
Yeah, that's my pleasure. Always nice to be able to provide one of these little tomes of knowledge signed by yours truly. This one, one of the lengthier books that I offer, and also I guess one of the more it falls someplace between esoteric and eclectic, with plenty of altered states of consciousness in between.
Although I guess these days it's becoming a little bit more mainstream.
Well, yeah, that's certainly the case. I've been talking with people in recent days, traveling all over North and South America over the last couple of years. You really begin to get a feel for how much you might say there's a collective consciousness shift, but really I think a lot of it is public attitudes toward the use of, or even not just substance-induced altered states of consciousness. A lot of people, tapping into meditation, and you see secular approaches to the use of meditation and its benefits proposed by the likes of Sam Harris, again, who you probably won't find anyone who is more skeptical, and known for being philosophically predisposed toward, skepticism than Sam Harris, and yet also a guy who's got an app that's all about meditation, which is strange because paradoxically, I can't even say that word. Paradoxically, you've got a guy who's a skeptic, and yet who some try to kind of misconstrue as being this new age guru, for, arguing that there's a benefit to meditation. Me personally, I find it beneficial. If you can learn to meditate, primarily what it does is it helps you train your mind. And I know an issue that I experience and a lot of people experience is, if you're laying awake at night, I wake up in the middle of the night and I start thinking about everything I got to do the next day, or everything that's bothering me about what happened on this day, and I won't sleep. And, through meditation, if you can train your mind to focus on, a object or a symbol, mentally, I often like to envision the sun or something along those lines, and imagine that object. And actually, this is a method of meditation that many have written about. You could imagine an object like an apple. You could imagine an object like a chalice, or something like a grail. Any image that means something to you. But imagine yourself looking over the object. Some meditation practices actually would say, take a real object and focus on the object and analyze it. Oh, there you go. Right. Yeah. So you got it. That's the Waking Up app. But in any case, whatever approach to meditation you would take, I like to imagine the object, because when I'm laying awake at night with the lights off, if you can train your mind to focus on something, the trick is you're training yourself to be mindful of what you're having on your mind. A lot of people, think about this. Your mind is just running wild, and people always joke about, and then I looked at the next page of look, squirrel, and things like this. But seriously, how most of us function. We look out the window. We're so easily distracted. Every time our phone buzzes, we're looking at the phone. You got to train yourself not to be hooked on that dopaminergic urge, that
nice word.
Well, yeah, but if I said it right, but again, there's literally a dopamine hit that you get from seeing that little like on Instagram or on Twitter
or Farmville or whatever. Yeah.
Whatever it is. Yeah. And our minds get hooked on that. It's literally a form of addiction. So for me, it's important to learn how to put that thing on what my friend Lauren calls moon mode, silence your phone, especially at night, so you're not waking up to annoying sounds and notifications all night. And when you wake up thinking about things that are bothering you, train your mind to focus on something that removes your mind from those worries for long enough that you can actually find restful sleep. I think these things are very important, and if people would practice those kinds of things, it would actually help a lot of us get better rest at night, be more productive in the daytime, and reach that fuller potential of ourselves. But think about it, man. So many of us, most of us, we don't really have control of our minds. We don't really control our bodies. We are at the beck and call of our urges and the devices that trigger them. So a little mindfulness can go a long way. End of rant. But I mean, that's a big thing. And that's not even really the main focus of that book, by the way. I mean, I touch on meditation and in the context of using that to reach altered states. But I mean, even if you're not into all that sort of stuff, there's something to be said about the usefulness of meditation. And so anyway, to your point, we are seeing more and more people begin to realize, even if you consider yourself a very materialist or secularist, you can still find benefit from these things. And so it's interesting to see that, in all walks of life, there seems to be an openness toward these kinds of things. But on the pharmacological side of it, and this is something that I really get into in the book, and this was a book, keep in mind, written more than 10 years ago, but I mean, with recent studies at Johns Hopkins universities and things, Gil, I mean, we're seeing the usefulness of psilocybin. We're seeing the usefulness of a lot of different substances in anti-addiction therapy, in improving our overall mental wellness, in improving our state of and sense of ourselves and, our love for ourselves. Patients who have been diagnosed with diseases, sometimes terminal illnesses, have also been able to improve their outlook on their situation through the administered or the administration in controlled ways of things like psilocybin. The active ingredient in psilocybin cubensis, I believe, would be the pharmacological name for magic mushrooms, but this is what we're talking about.
Let me guess. I think I remember the name of the chemical. No, I don't. It's something like psilocin and psilocybin.
Yeah, psilocybin. Yeah.
No, I mean, but not psilocybin, but the actual chemical that they reproduce in the lab. Psilocybe or something like that.
I think it's maybe so simple as psilocybe, yeah. And then as I understand it, I guess, excuse me, it's that wonderful time of the year when the fall allergies start.
Oh yeah,
in the mountains.
It drives me nuts.
Yeah, so I'll try not to be doing that all night. But in any case, I mean, that just being one of these mind-altering substances that has been shown to have a lot of benefits. Ibogaine in the past has done the same thing. Many would say that dimethyltryptamine, and of course, ayahuasca being one of the ones that fascinates us the most. And Pinchbeck has that book. I think it's called When Plants Dream, which is his latest book, I presume, about the ayahuasca journeys and things. His work has always interested me, and guys like Daniel Pinchbeck have really kind of led this sort of awakening in modern times, where you start getting into some interesting territory. I came across, for instance, the story of Rick Strassman, the first time that he smoked DMT. And do you know that story?
I know who Rick Strassman is, and I know his book, but I haven't heard the story.
Yeah, for those who don't know, I mean, Rick Strassman is the guy who wrote the book DMT, The Spirit Molecule. He also is one of the 4 contributors to an excellent book called Inner Paths to Outer Space. I've only corresponded with Dr. Strassman over the years. He doesn't do a lot of interviews. His colleague Slavik Vojtovic and I have spoken, and Slavik's a wonderful mind as well. But the story as Strassman tells it was he had been at an event, and the late Terence McKenna ends up doing or bringing some DMT and tells Strassman after the event, that this is the experience you want to have. And so
that's pretty good. That's almost good as Joshua Cutchin's.
I was about to say, the guy who can do it better than anybody is Josh Cutchin.
Yeah. Every time I have him on Into the Fringe, I ask him to channel Uncle Terrence.
Yeah, he does it bar none better than anybody.
It's uncanny, It really is. Sorry, go ahead.
It's quite all right. So Strassman, anyway, he goes after the event upstairs to the room with McKenna. I mean, imagine Rick Strassman, the DMT guy, as he's known now,
right?
And Terence McKenna,
would love to be a fly on the wall for that, right?
For real, yeah. Now, what's interesting is in his own book, Strassman's talking about a study back in the 1990s. This, of course, was a DEA-approved study where they had, laboratory reagent grade DMT that was being administered, I think, by needle. But in this instance, he smoked it, and he took what McKenna would have called a heroic dose, right?
Exactly, yes.
And it's fascinating because Strassman says, I smoked the stuff and I lay back, and, I must have been like, unmoving for about 5 minutes. But he says what he saw, he said, were aliens. He said they look just like little gray aliens, like what you'd expect to associate with a flying saucer. And he says that they just kept saying over and over again, now you see, now you see, now you see.
Yeah.
And those stories just fascinate me.
Me
McKenna
too.
always, McKenna.
I love the one about the self-dribbling basketball covered in sequins, and the elves, the self-replicating machine elves. There's a lot of fun stuff in that.
You just read my mind. That's exactly where I was going. Terence McKenna's description of the machine elves, as he called them, the self-dribbling basketballs that are always trying to impart this universal knowledge to you. Anyway, those stories are fascinating to me, and they'd really kind of been the impetus behind what's in Magic, Mysticism, and the Molecule, in the sense that for me, I began to wonder, is there a dimension of consciousness that can be accessed that might provide us some answers about some of the strange experiences that we have now? That was kind of where my mind was at the time. I think that was in part it was really just my pharmacological interests, even though I'm not really a user, right? I write about that as a reporter. I'm not a guy who has actually ever taken, believe it or not, I've never done magic mushrooms. I've always intended to do ayahuasca, and one day I will, but it's just never worked out to where I was able to go and do that. I attempted to line that up when I was in Brazil, and during COVID, it was just difficult for the União do Vegetal, the church that will, provide that experience. I don't think they were in operation and bringing in new members, let alone gringos like me traveling, from out of the country in the middle of a pandemic. So all that said, one day it's going to happen. I talked with John Alexander about it, though. Colonel John B. Alexander of the Advanced Theoretical Physics Project, Men Who Stare at Goats, yada, yada.
Do you know, by the way, is he all better now? Is he back at home?
Well, I don't know. What's the latest on that?
Last time I spoke to Don Ecker, I mentioned that I wanted to get him on the show because he's been on Don's show like a zillion times. And he said that he had COVID. He was in the hospital. He was not on a ventilator, but, he was recovering, I guess, from COVID. So, I keep emailing Don and saying, hey, help me get John on the show.
Yeah.
But,
John's on up there, in his, he must be in his 80s. And, I've met him on a couple of occasions.
That must have been totally cool.
Oh, yeah. And again, he's a fascinating guy. He's just an incredibly interesting person to talk with. The best conversation we had, he was on my program last year, and we just talked over the telephone. But that was when we discussed ayahuasca. And, John went to the Amazon and had the experience. And as he put it to me, he says, well, I'll just tell you this, it's not for the faint of heart. So, that's I think a pretty good assessment for almost anyone who's ever taken it, but again, John's just one of those real consciousness explorers in his own right, having explored all these different avenues. And by the way, you mentioned Don Ecker. That's a neat guy. I haven't talked to Don in probably about a year or so. Last time I was on his show, but the original ufological firebrand.
Yep. He's been broadcasting about UFOs and the paranormal for longer than Art Bell did.
Which is incredible if you think about it.
Yeah.
Don Ecker, that's right. And yet again, I'm not sure what the status on his show is either. When was the last time that you talked with Don?
It's been a while. I spoke with him on the phone more recently than I've had him on the show. He's been on the show a couple of times, and I wanted to make him like a monthly guest, like you are. And it seemed like we had it all set up, and then I just haven't heard from him. So it's probably in his spam folder or something. I don't know.
Yeah, those emails can tend to get lost in the little nooks and crevices of the World Wide Web. Yes.
By the way, Micah, I was really impressed to hear your interview with Jacques Vallée the other day. What a great get. How did you get Jacques Vallée on your program?
Well, the way it came together was rather serendipitous. My colleague, Chrissy Newton at the Debrief, is actually working as his publicist for his book. And Jacques had recently published a new second edition of his latest book, Trinity, which, is sort of a controversial book because the two attitudes toward this are Roswell before Roswell, and we need to be able to, reveal all of the crash wreckage retrievals. And then there are those who look at this and go, is this a true story? What's going on with this? Now, of course, as you heard in the interview, Jacques validates the story on account of a few things. First of all, he believes the primary witnesses that he and his co-author, Paola Harris, have interviewed. And he also believes that there are striking, not just coincidences, remarkable similarities between the Socorro incident of 1964 involving police officer Lonnie Zamora and then the Valensole incident. The same egg shape, the same, small humanoids. He thinks that there are, he thinks that there are consistencies that go beyond coincidence. I think that would be a good way to say it. So
there's no such thing as coincidence, only providence. Is that how it goes?
Perhaps, yes. And now listen, here's the thing. I would like to think that the Trinity story is true. I would like to think it's, a true story. It very well may be, but I have my own reservations about the crash stories in general, as we've kind of talked about here on the program, which, the fact that I've got the Roswell Daily Record on the wall behind me might be a little misleading for people. I love ufological history.
Yeah.
Well, even my take on Roswell is that it's not the smoking gun that so many people, I've talked about this. So, sure. Listeners at home, go back through the back catalog. You'll hear, the Cardinal and I having a discussion about Roswell. But the thing is, and this is the most important thing, as you and I have touched on, if you go back in the history of the United States and really the world, there are these traditions all throughout history, but especially from the 19th century forward in the United States, involving mysterious metallic wonders that fall from the sky and that crash on ranches and that are discovered by cowboys and things like this. Now, there's no disputing the fact that it is true, as was reported initially, that there was a rancher named Mac Brazel, and he really did find wreckage on his remote ranch near Roswell, New Mexico, and he did report it to Sheriff George Wilcox, and then it was reported to Roswell Army Airfield, and then the intelligence officer on the base, Jesse Marcel, goes out there and they do recover wreckage. But was that really a alien spacecraft that crashed, right? See, that's the question.
I have to say at this point, and I apologize for butting in, that the intelligence officer, the public relations officer of Roswell Army Airfield, which was the only atomic bomb group in the world at that time, would have to know the difference between a fucking kite or a balloon and a flying saucer.
That's a very good point. And Jesse came out later and said he knew all the aircraft at the time and that this didn't match any of those aircraft. Now, that said, the idea of the description of the debris being consistent with a radar reflector and possibly portions of a balloon, maybe that makes sense. In any case, I just don't know. I don't know that any of us will ever know. Now, Jacques' contention is that there had been another crash in 1945, right? And as controversial as that is, and as little, I guess, physical evidence as there is to support that story, for me, I try not to focus on the Trinity story with respect to Jacques in the book. What interests me is, and what really I think people need to try and take away from this, is that Jacques is looking for instances where it's possible that there was material wreckage recovered from anomalous aerospace vehicles. Okay, put Trinity aside and just say, okay, if there have been, even not with regard to crashes, if we're talking about metallic slag that dropped off of some sort of a UAP, if we're talking about an instance where there was an attempt at shooting one of these things down and something was knocked off of it. If there are instances where there were materials that have fallen off of or been removed from or have been left behind by UAP, and those could be recovered and analyzed, this would be the way that material scientists could be satisfied, because physical objective analysis of physical samples could be conducted. That's what Jacques really getting at. And in my opinion, that's one of the most respectable things that a scientist could attempt to do with UAP right now. And so Jacques, for the better part of, many decades, has been trying to gather samples, materials, and things. And so, as you heard, I asked him during the interview, and long story short, coming back to your question, how I got him, I'd been helping him with a minor issue with the new publication of the book. And, it had been arranged for me to call him up on the telephone. We spoke, imagine that though. It was not an interview the first time I speak to one of my true idols.
Yeah.
It's actually more like a tech support call. And I'm like, hey, Jacques, I'll do anything I can to help you out. Nicest guy. And before our interview, unlike a lot of people who you interview, Jacques gave me a courtesy call before the interview. Hello, Micah. How are you? Do I pronounce your name correctly when I say Micah? And he wanted to know, am I pronouncing your name the way you like for it to be heard? How long you want to talk, what you want to talk about. It was delightful.
Very professional. Yeah.
Such a conscientious guy. But you'll notice that we spoke about UAP a lot, but I also talked about his, participation in the predecessor to the internet and its creation, the ARPANET. We talked about artificial intelligence and algorithms. We got into a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
UAP is like one finger on the hand of all Jacques Vallée's interests. And most people who only study his UFO stuff or only know about his venture capitalist stuff or only know about his computer science stuff.
They may not know that he was one of the fathers of the internet.
But yes, literally a guy who was an innovator in the forward thinking that led to the creation of the web that we all know today. So again, I think it's really important to showcase all those things and also to frame what he's doing now with this material sample study in the context of understanding that, look, there are a lot of critics of UAP and say this is all imaginary. If you got a physical sample that can be studied and that can be confirmed as being truly exotic, that would be, if it may not settle the entire story of UAP, but it would be a step in that direction. So I fully admire and respect what Jacques working toward doing with others like Gary Nolan. And my team, Tim McMillan and I were talking on the phone earlier about that today. We're all very interested in the prospects. But again, I always maintain a bit of a measured skepticism toward anything with this topic. And by the way, let's just keep in mind, Jacques, back before it was popular to be the guy who said, maybe these things aren't alien, maybe this is not extraterrestrial. He was the first, one of the very first and one of the loudest voices to come out and say, you know what? I've looked at the evidence. I've looked at the best of it, and I don't think this points toward it being an extraterrestrial survey of planet Earth at all. I think we need to be looking at other alternative hypotheses to the ET hypothesis. So one final point. A lot of people would say, okay, but that being the case with this new book, Trinity, you seem to be looking at a UFO crash. So, and you seem to be implying maybe it's extraterrestrial. So what gives? Whatever happened to your, Magonia ideas and stuff? But as Jacques will very eloquently say it, it's all the same. It's all part of everything. It's all one progression of my research. There is no one single hypothesis. We don't know what UAP are. And therefore, we explore every hypothesis without getting married to any of them. And so whether it's study of material samples, whether it's, forward-thinking looks at the past, and the Magonia idea, whether it's looking at, this being dimensional or even time.
Again, I hate to interrupt, but when for the benefit of the viewers who are mostly in an intermediate level, they're not beginners, like I've told you before. Could you explain what you mean by the Magonian thing?
Well, certainly. Just a very brief bit of background. Jacques is a young astronomer and computer scientist. He comes to the United States. He and his wife, Janine, they immigrate to the U.S. And he fairly quickly goes to work with J. Allen Hynek, who at that time was the official science advisor and astronomer to Project Blue Book. It was an interesting dynamic. And again, I really recommend to people that they read Jacques' 4 journals, Forbidden Science. Have you read those, Gil? Yeah, they're just incredible. And you'll kind of see the progression of Jacques' thought. In his early thinking, he's talking about the idea that there may be spikes in UFO activity that coincide with when Mars is closest to Earth. Again, you got to think in the 50s and 60s, that far back, he was working with Amy Michel and he was working with Hynek when Hynek was still really pretty in his skeptical stage with Blue Book. And as time goes on, Hynek loves being in the spotlight and being out doing things, but he still has to kind of toe a certain quote unquote party line. because he's still working with the Air Force, whereas Valet is getting his PhD, and he essentially is in a position to become the first scientist to really write a pro UFO book. There have been others written by people like Donald Menzel around that time, but he was the arch skeptic of his day. So all that said, Magonia, the reason I give this background is because Valet was in a unique position where he wasn't encumbered by his obligations to Blue Book or the government and having a contract with them like Hynek. He was certainly probably one of the most well-informed people about the UFO subject at the time, because he had access to most of Blue Book's files working with Hynek. But having access to all that data, having come from a country where, like in a country like France, where it had its own relationship with the phenomenon, and an excellent researcher like Amy Michel, who was documenting humanoid sightings and some of these borderline high strangeness cases, Jacques had a much broader perspective on the phenomenon than anyone in his day, especially the real super nuts and bolts craft thinkers, members of NICAP and things like that. And by the time he publishes Anatomy of a Phenomenon, he's just kind of objectively looking at UFOs, trying to establish, that there was a deeper history before the 1940s and all these things. And then he publishes another book, a Challenge to Science. But by the time he's getting through those books and the 60s are coming to an end, he's beginning to acknowledge how strange the UFO phenomenon is. And he essentially, having started this with Anatomy of a Phenomenon, with a brief survey of some historical cases, he begins to go back and really try to look for instances of folklore and weird history, weird Forteana from the past, that seem to represent aerial phenomena in earlier times. And the term Magonia is in reference to this idea. This again, borrowing from literature, right? But this idea of there being these sorts of storm wizards that will come down, and that there are these people who come from some place up in the sky. And the cultural interpretation in that era was, wizards, or another corollary might be fairies.
By the way, speaking of wizards, this is one of the worst segues ever. Look what we have here, a surprise for you, Mr. Christopher O'Brien. How are you doing, buddy?
Hey, Micah. Micah, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. And how are you, Christopher O'Brien?
Good. Can't complain. Even if I could, it would not help.
Nobody listens.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. I was just laboriously plodding through an explanation, if you can even define what the Magonia idea of Jacques Vallée is. So that's always fun.
Yeah. One of my, it's probably my favorite Vallée book. That and the Dimensions, Confrontations, and
Revelations.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But in terms of his real scholarly work, that's that, and One is in the Sky. I really enjoyed too. The book he did with Chris Aubeck. But I really think he was on to something. These phenomenal events that occur all around us, I think are connected on some level. And I also feel that he pretty much got it right by suggesting that we're not, we're seeing the new face of something that's been around and coexisted with us since prehistory. And I often mention when people say, "Oh, you're the guy that believes in aliens." I said, "Well, wait a minute. How do you know we might be the aliens and they might be more terrestrial than we are?"
Yeah.
So I've always felt that there's another tenant in the building, so to speak. And I think
what a wonderful analogy.
I stole that one from Terrence McKenna.
Yeah. There's an operator in the elevator that we don't see.
Yeah. Well, and I like obviously his analogy of a cultural thermostat. I think is very applicable to the discussion, and I don't think he's really backed down from that work, which came out I think in '69. So it's been a while.
Oh yeah.
Chris, is there any way that you can turn up your gain on your volume, or maybe get closer to your mic?
Okay. I can do that.
Great. I just don't want you to be drowned out while we're talking.
How's that? Is that better?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm all the way up now. I didn't bother to hook my mic up and stuff because I just got in from working outside.
Well, I hope you're nice and cool anyway. I did want to ask both of you, as far as UFO intentions, what you guys think are the motives of the operators. How much credence do you give the research conducted by folks like Dr. David Jacobs, Bud Hopkins, and John Mack, that the abductors are ET, they seem to be insinuating themselves into human society worldwide?
Chris, you want to tackle that one first?
I've never been a big fan of the dark side hypothesis. It really began with John Lear, I think, back in the late 70s. And then he made his big Lear hypothesis, actually in Crestone, where I used to live, back in 87, 2 years before I got there. Being an experiencer myself, I've always known that there is some sort of non-human intelligence that's been interacting probably for thousands of years, probably. And so, there's definitely something to it, but I really find it hard to believe that they're now abducting people to train them to help the hybrids out, just to show them how to go to Walmart and shop and pretty routine things like that, and that these hybrids are now being infiltrated into human culture. I draw the line pretty far short of that. I just can't go there. It's funny how these guys seem to attract the kind of cases that they're most famous for, which is true for all abduction researchers. I mean, Leo Sprinkle was one of the few that actually was a love and light guy, but he also, he went to the Clearview case, Katie Grabowski and her family. That was a pretty wild case, and he also investigated the Snippy the Horse case, which most people don't know, and ended up befriending Nellie Lewis and regressed her. It was one of the first earliest regressions in the UFO realm, to my knowledge. So I don't think it's by accident that people pick particular individuals because of some sort of need for confirmation bias, and so they go to these individuals and who very often are not even trained how to properly conduct hypnotic regression sessions, and I think Leo was a perfect example of someone that he kind of helped his abductees along a little bit, and whether it was conscious or not, he was feeding them some pretty interesting subliminal answers to their questions. But I don't know, Micah, what do you think?
Yeah, well, you pretty much, spelled it out. That's kind of where I am, Chris. And again, just really awesome to see you, by the way, brother, because we caught up a little while back. Haven't actually seen each other, I think, since before COVID out there in Utah. Yeah. And we keep trying to find an excuse. So one of my favorite guys right here is the Cardinal knows. But yeah, that's pretty much where I am too, Chris. It's tricky to know. I mean, where the real, human experience as it relates to the so-called operators behind UAP, where the fantasy begins and the reality ends, because I mean, what really kind of led that dialogue back in the 80s was, Bud Hopkins and the Intruders were really going back to, to Missing Time, right? But Whitley Strieber, of course, with Communion, very careful never to say, they were occupants of a UFO that came and got me, but it's strongly implied. And that really kind of changed the direction of the field. And when David Jacobs got into the mix with it, it was interesting because, I mean, going back to the 70s, when he wrote that, the UFO controversy in America, it was the first real serious historical overview of like the UFO issue that had been written by a historian. And everybody was kind of like, that's like really the UFO book. But then he goes really deeply into this whole, it's almost like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, his interpretation, where it's not just abductions, but it is, the creation of essentially these sorts of hybrids that are going to replace us. And I think that the threat, some of these books, kind of look at that. It's really kind of difficult to know. I don't think actually it is that difficult to know where the reality, ends and you know what I'm saying? I mean, a lot of the stuff, it sounds like purely science fiction, but I wonder at times, and you mentioned Jacques Vallée's book, Dimensions. Interesting book, because that book was essentially Jacques' attempt to kind of write about contactees and abductees and what this might mean. And again, going back to that Magonian perspective, he's making those connections between fairy folk and things like this, which, Chris, to me, this dovetails with a lot of your research, from over the years, the kind of high strange element where people say that they observe really strange things, and that being common with the UAP issue, and maybe something that is represented throughout time and throughout cultural traditions and things.
Yeah.
For me, I think whatever the reality is of the UAP and the occupants, it's either one of two things. It's really simple, and they're just aliens, and they're just like surveyors, and they're just coming down here and looking at stuff, or it's a whole lot more complex than we realize, and more in that kind of Vallean perspective, which, again, like I'd mentioned, I think some of your research kind of dovetails that too.
Yeah, it does. Well, I just find it very interesting that we should have the major, upwelling of sightings very shortly after we exploded the first atom bombs. It's almost like something showed up.
You mean the time when the scientists thought it might have a chain reaction and destroy the entire atmosphere?
Right. When you're playing around with incredible, effects that they knew were going to happen, they didn't know if it was actually safe. The Trinity, the original Trinity test. I mean, what did Oppenheimer say? I am Shiva, the destroyer of worlds.
Yeah, I have become death.
Yeah, I've become death. Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that they had as much to lose as we potentially did by this whole idea of atomic warfare and stuff. And it shows me that they were concerned about the environment and made that assertion all the way back into the 40s and 50s, that they were concerned with what we were doing to the environment. And that, again, suggests that they're here. They're already here. So I don't know. It's a subject that I've purposefully not gotten into that much. The abduction phenomenon. I've had 2 abduction cases. One, I tried to tell David Jacobs about it, and he scoffed at me because it was most of her experiences she remembered, and the experiences of her mother, and consequently the experiences of her daughter. And it's an amazing case, and he absolutely scoffed at it because he says, "Oh no, all abductions are, you can't. Nobody remembers anything, and you have to be regressed to get the details." And that wasn't the case with this particular ranch owner and single mom, mother. So, I mean, she even said that she actually grew fond and actually was in love with her abductor, and he would sometimes. Well, she said, "I really loved it when I was there, and he was dressed in his gold lame cape." She said it reminded me of Elvis, which is one of the best descriptions of an abductor that I've ever heard, and she had medical evidence that indicated that she just before, I think she was going into her third trimester of pregnancy, that her baby disappeared. So, you know, she never tried to, you know, become famous or make money or write a book or anything like that, and she forbid me to ever mention her full name. But she was referred to me by the county sheriff, who said, you see if you can find out what's going on with this woman, because and I checked some of her journal entries against my sighting log, and sure enough, she she had sightings in the neighborhood, you know, and she said that she was taken up to get, you know, to have a visit, and now our daughter's having to do the same thing. So
yeah, I think
go figure.
The work of Dr. David Jacobs, Bud Hawkins, like you said, Micah, people like Leo Sprinkle, John Carpenter, I think it's really contributed a lot to the field, even though it is anecdotal evidence rather than slag that, you know, fell off of the UFO or was shot down. I think it broadens our understanding of the phenomenon.
Sure. You know, again, I think this coming back to the whole thing about the multi-tiered approach that Jacques has taken over the years. It's important when you don't have a complete data set to not give yourself to a pet theory and say, and this is what it is.
Sure.
Yeah.
And it's only this and it's not that. To your point there a moment ago, Chris, about, you know, the idea that I guess there's probably Dr. Jacobs' contention that, you know, you have to use hypnosis to be able to recover these memories. There are some really compelling cases that are strongly suggestive of that, and I'll come back around to one of those in a moment. But the point I want to make first is, I mean, there are plenty of cases where people have fully remembered with waking memory everything that happened to them, like Antonio Villaboas, you know, the Brazilian farmer who was taken aboard a strange craft. Some would say it resembled a helicopter, but he was, you know, he had an abduction experience. Make no mistake, whatever the origins or source of that, you know, and those abductors was. And he remembered everything. And there have been others who have also remembered their full experience. There's that really strange story that Jacques wrote about in Dimensions involving Jerry Irwin. Chris, do you happen to remember that one?
Off the top of my head, no. Which, if you start to describe it, I'm sure it'll jog my memory.
Yeah, about halfway through the book, he leads off, maybe in the second part of the book, the first chapter, talking about a man who had... He'd been coming home to an Air Force base. He was active duty. This was back in the late 50s, because it was right around the same time as the Villas Boas case, but before Betty and Barney Hill in 1961. So Irwin's coming along through, I believe, Utah, going up through this portion of the mountains.
I do remember that one.
Yeah, very interesting.
Very interesting, yeah. Especially the fact that his clothes were left there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he sees that light, and the story, for anyone who hasn't heard this really quickly, you know, he pulls over because he thinks that light he sees going over the road, it must have been enough to get his attention. He thought an aircraft of some kind was going down. Right. He pulls over. He writes with black shoe polish on the side of his car, "Stop," and then he leaves a note that says, "Gone up to investigate a crash." And eventually a trucker and some other people, I think maybe a forest ranger, stop, and they see the car, and they go up to see if they can help him, and they find him laying face down in like the snow and the mud there on the mountain. And he's taken back to the base, and when the sheriff initially interrogated him, what Jerry told him was he was getting up to the top of this mountain and could see the light, whatever was producing the light on the other side of the ridge. And right as he gets up there, that's where he loses all memory. But he had been wearing, like you said, Chris, a suit jacket under like a bigger coat. And when they found him, he didn't have the suit jacket on under the coat any longer. He just had the big coat on. What's really fascinating is Valet leaves off with the story with Jerry just basically going AWOL and is never heard from again. But there's a researcher named David Boer who's written this excellent book where he tracked down Irwin, found him. Irwin was like, "I don't see why you think this story's that interesting, kid. You know, he's an older guy now, you know, retired." But Boer does FOIA requests, does incredible research. He gets access to interviews that were carried out back at the base when they administered sodium amytal to try and get, Irwin to tell what really happened. And at one point, I don't want to give too much away. People should read this book. I believe it's called, I think it's No Return, but I need to double check that, the Jerry Irwin story, and it was published by Anomalist Books. But under the influence of sodium amytal, basically a truth, serum, he's sitting there being interrogated at the base, and they say, "What happened to you?" And he says, "You wouldn't understand if I told you, but I can't tell you because I can't remember. There is an intelligence." And it's just bizarre. But again, this predated all of the abduction stuff, so the memes hadn't been planted in his mind or anything. And he's talking about an intelligence has instructed him not to tell them who took him. But as Chris mentioned, he ends up getting up, feeling like he's in a trance, going back up into the mountains and finding his coat, and finds like a piece of paper twisted into like a doobie, basically, in the buttonhole in the jacket. And he takes it out, doesn't read it, burns it, whatever it is. And then he wakes up like from the trance, and he's like, what the hell just happened? It is a bizarre story.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's just, but again, Valet had harvested that from the old APRO journals that Jim and Coral Lorenzen, because they were pretty intimate with the case. And as Boer found out, get this, Chris, Coral had been corresponding with Carl Jung about the Irwin case.
Really?
Carl Jung. It's just like, man.
Wow.
Was that before or after his book, Flying Saucers?
It's a good question. I'm not sure if it was before or after.
Yeah. Must have been after, because I think he wrote it in 56.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it would have been right around the same time. Also an interesting book.
Frontier Studies says he wrote himself a message and burned it in whole in a trance.
That might be an interpretation of the case, yeah.
One thing I wanted to ask you guys regards the credible reports involving sightings of humanoids within UAP craft. Another fan favorite author and researcher, Albert Rosales, who's been on the show for many appearances, has compiled a database of nearly 30,000 cases relating to the occupants, humanoids, UFO-nauts, etc., and the differences between what the occupants look like to us before 1980 are as varied as the ones since seem to be alike. Any thoughts on that, gentlemen?
Hey, Chris, you want to hit that?
Yeah, well, I think something that an idea I've been toying with for years, and David Perkins, my friend, kind of a mentor and researcher, have been toying with the idea that we might be dealing with some sort of superorganism intelligence that's the planet itself is somehow involved in this whole questioning of the mysteries, and I think that if Gaia is actually providing stimuli, it's potentially to kick us out of the nest and go spread Gaia's seed around the universe before the sun goes supernova or we get hit by another asteroid, a big one, and that to become a spacefaring civilization is going to be the best hope to continue the human genome, allowing it to procreate and then spread. And so if you look at it from that point of view, maybe we're actually responding to a stimuli that we are then responsible for putting the details, filling in the pencil drawing and putting in the colors and the details. And it's kind of similar to Greg Bishop's idea of a co-creation process, if you will. And this makes a lot of sense to me. And the fact that every shape and size of craft has been reported. Some of the stranger reports of UFO occupants come from Africa and South America. Down there, they have a habit of seeing small, swarthy, kind of hairy dwarf type spacemen. And then, of course, the ubiquitous cover of Communion, the gray image, has slowly kind of supplanted all the other forms that have been reported, and now we're seeing a high percentage of cases, including mine, that, of course, mine was back in '63, but the grays were only spotted in the United States, and then slowly, as the media got a hold of it and started spreading the meme, if you will, then all of a sudden grays were being reported on other continents. And a vast majority of these cases are in the United States, which is also perplexing to me. You would think that some of the poorer, less developed nations would maybe be more superstitious than a high-tech culture like ours, and maybe they would have more events that they couldn't explain. But I don't think that's the case. It
certainly doesn't stop them from reporting those incidents. There are a lot of great, humanoid reports from all over South America.
Yeah, well,
particularly in Chile.
Yeah, and also, James Fox made, I think, 3 or 4 trips to China, and that's just an absolute treasure trove of information that is not being publicized in the West. The same with the Soviet Union. That remarkable case in the late '80s of Verona, I think it was called. Amazing case. I mean, the thing landed in a city park in the middle of the day, and all sorts of witnesses got to look at the robotic giants that they claimed had come out of the thing. Mm-hmm. So that's my thinking in a nutshell.
Yeah, well, to jump off of that a little, I mean, first of all, who's to say if we're looking at something nuts and bolts that there's just one group? I guess the problem with there being multiple different groups, maybe, again, civilizations or whatever that would be visiting Earth, the problem there is the astronomers would say, and why don't we see them all the time? Why don't we intercept their signals? Why don't we, but I have to wonder sometimes, I mean, we're using, I think Stanton used to talk about this too. I mean, we're using radio astronomy, and as sophisticated as we think radio astronomy is, I mean, there are plenty of SETI researchers even who are like, maybe a highly sophisticated, super advanced civilization, maybe they aren't using radio astronomy, maybe they're not using it because it's not the best method, and they would particularly avoid it because any extremely lesser advanced civilization, i.e. us, humanity, who's still using that isn't going to be worth their time. I mean, oh yeah, but we'd be able to spot, the evidence of the carbon emissions in their atmosphere, and we'd be able to spot, this and that. We'd be able to, and maybe we will. Maybe the James Webb Space Telescope, is going to, observe the transit of an exoplanet. We'll see more than just hydrogen and oxygen in the atmosphere. Maybe we'll see, evidence of industrialization and all kinds of things. Maybe we'll find that. But again, we always presume that because they aren't doing what we do exactly how we do it on the same time scale as we're doing it with rockets and rocket fuel, right, with radio astronomy, that they aren't out there. I think that's kind of limited thinking. And then that's not even getting into the idea that, and what if there is a dimensional component? What if there's something that has to do with time and time travel? Right. What if there are even unforeseen ideas that most of us haven't thought about? What if these are the operators from outside the matrix intersecting with our reality, and this is how we perceive them? What if it's something else that we haven't even thought of? I mean, some theorists have argued that we've basically, we've exhausted all the real possibilities, but I'm not so sure that we have. And it could be something much weirder than what we think or expect. And there could be unanticipated realities that maybe in a few years won't seem so strange, and we'll be kicking back going, well, why didn't we think of that, Right. But to your point, Chris, if you look at, like, for instance, the Russian, giant robot case, and we look at hairy dwarves and their prevalence in Africa, and, there used to be a lot of those sightings in other countries in Europe, like France, a few in the United States. really, if anything, the only real consistency between reports of UAP occupants over time has been that many are generally humanoid. Not all. Some kind of blur the lines with that. Pascagoula, for instance, those kind of carrot-nosed robot things hopping on one leg or whatever that was all about. But who's to say that those are occupants? Who's not to say that those aren't systems or machines? I mean, who's to say that Hickson and Parker weren't perceiving a technology and they weren't projecting anthropomorphous, ideas onto them in the sense that they perceived or tried to perceive something human-like? We just don't know.
Because when he was abducted, and now I'm losing his name.
Charles Hickson or Calvin Parker, yeah.
Yeah, when he was abducted, he drew blood when he hit the evil bitch, and she drew blood on him.
Yeah,
they got into it,
God,
according to him.
Yeah, the story that came out later, was that he'd had ongoing interactions and that there'd been a sexual encounter, I believe, as well, and which is interesting because I don't recall that being in the original initial version of the case. James there saying we look pretty human. I don't know. I mean,
You've always had your suspicions about me, right?
Yes, I do. I know Chris does too.
There's also the cases that have humans in conjunction with aliens. There's more of those cases than I think a lot of people understand or suspect. And
I was just going to talk about that.
Like that. The Betty and Barney Hill case had human or human-like individuals. I think, didn't Betty say that they were dressed like Nazis or something? Or they looked like military. Barney did. Yeah, they look like military uniforms. So I think Deborah Linderman has a really good case that has a similar kind of head-scratching element of humans appearing to be in concert with non-humans. The Clearview case, the Colorado Ranch from Hell, that has cases of Air Force officers and Bigfoot. And some of Stan Gordon's cases are just mind-warping too. There's some real good ones. So I don't know. I have to agree with Micah that we don't even know what we don't know.
Unknown unknowns.
Yeah. Well, like Rumsfeld, his famous press conference where he said, "There's knowns, and then there's unknowns, and then there's known unknowns, and then there's unknown."
Which I think actually, laugh if you will, but I think that's a really great attitude to have.
Yeah.
Like you were talking about before, Micah, not to have any preconceived notions.
Right.
If you open up to the idea of known unknowns and unknown unknowns, I mean, that kind of runs the whole gamut, right?
Right. One would think.
Yeah. I guess we're looking at slightly different known unknowns and unknown unknowns than Rumsfeld would have been referring to, but in general principle and practice, I mean, it still applies. There is, for instance, we don't really know what UFOs are or UAP. We could argue that we don't really know what Sasquatch is. There are the flesh and blood proponents of it just being a big ape. And then there are those who are like, and then there may be something really strange going on there that is just beyond anything that we've thought about. I've entertained all those possibilities, and I do tend to try and approach that one more anthropologically. But I would argue that there are even multiple anthropological approaches when it comes to Sasquatch. But the point is that there's the unknown. We recognize something, and we haven't solved the mystery, right? And then there's the unknown. But what is it? Could it be something we haven't even thought of, right? And that's an area it almost gets into epistemology in the sense, how do we know what we think we know? And that's one of the problems with approaching. And again, a book that was really interesting to me was Stalking the Trickster, Chris, in this regard. It's looking at all this and trying to say, is there, I think you termed it once like a grand unified theory of the paranormal. Is there something that unites all of these phenomena that we observe? in some way. And, you know, for me, kind of looking at it the same way, I say, you know, in order to answer that question, we have to challenge our opinions about what we think we know about the phenomena. Are the provisional conclusions that we make, well, you know, UFOs are just aliens and they're just coming down here and they're just abducting people, right? You know, they're collecting samples and they're trying to, you know, shut down our nuclear weapon systems to protect us from ourselves. That may well be it, but then again, are we observing different patterns of activity and interpreting it wrongly and then building a narrative based on those wrong interpretations? We could have the whole thing wrong. And so, yeah, we have to kind of step back and ask, how much do we really know about these phenomena, and how much of what we think we know is informed by those kinds of presumptions?
Yeah.
You know, those kinds of opinions. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I agree, and that's been one of the lessons that I learned very early on when I first started getting into real field investigative work. Is keep an open mind, let the data and the facts help you know, hone your opinions, stick to what you can demonstrate. And for me, it's really important to not seek, you know, go for the confirmation bias, not come up with a pat answer and then spend the, you know, rest of your life trying to prove yourself right. That's to me, it's closed-mindedness that allows someone to do that. We have a lot of A-list UFO people, ufologists that have made a name for themselves, and because they espouse one or two different conclusions, and then they spend the rest of their career, and it is a career because they pay their bills by promoting their own pet theories. And you know, I'm not afraid to say I don't know, and I do say that quite a bit. And I have hunches, I have intuition, I've compiled quite a bit of data, so you know, I do have an informed opinion about these things, but I'm not ready to you know, go all in on something or another. It just the more that I realize I know, the more questions I have, and that should always be the dynamic if you're wanting to get into this field and interact with experiencers and investigate you know, actual events. I think you really owe it to yourself to be as open-minded as possible. Don't let your brains fall out, but you know, be as open-minded as possible.
Leave your confirmation bias at the door.
Yeah.
I remember my friend Karl Turner used to say, abductees report alien-controlled information. And that Leah Haley said that she was aboard a craft during an abduction that was shot down by a next-generation EMP weapon at Pease Air Force Base, and that she was escorted out to a military ship where they grilled her in a debriefing and wanted to know what the aliens told her. How deep do you think this programming runs? And are you convinced that some, underline some 27 times, UFOs are alien spacecraft from another world? It only takes one of these cases to be true for the story to be the story of the millennium.
I mean, it's always possible, right?
Yeah. You can't rule it out, but we don't have one shred of evidence to support a conclusion that we have been visited or are currently being visited by, you know, by some sort of non-human intelligence from out there, you know, from some other star system. I tend to agree with Carl Sagan that if aliens had come here, they probably did thousands of years ago, spawning any number of world religious beliefs. But when they come, it's a big deal. They don't, you know, there's just too many different types of beings reported, too many different types of craft. It's just a potpourri of confusion as far as I'm concerned. And you know, if these are aliens, and there's a heck of a lot of civilizations that are stopping by, checking out the human zoo here.
Or they could be, I mean, I'm fairly convinced as an experiencer myself that these beings, whatever they are, wherever they come from, have the ability to either shapeshift or show us a screen of what they want us to think they look like, when in fact they could look totally different.
Yeah, that's also possible. Think about what Chris is saying right there, though, too. Again, how much evidence do we actually have that supports the contention that Earth is currently being visited? Now, a lot of people would say, yeah, but I mean, they got technology so far beyond ours. And
well, the question I would ask, Micah, is how do we know, you know, the ETH or whatever, how do we know that these creatures or beings aren't from another star system or aren't manipulating us to make us see what they want us to see? I mean, it's difficult to prove a negative, right?
Listen, all bets are off if we're talking about a significantly advanced civilization with equally advanced technologies. You know, I mean, I know it's always said, but I mean, when you come up with a quote this good, everybody's going to say the damn thing, you know, that Clarke's third law, you know, about the significantly advanced technologies being indistinguishable from magic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's very true. That's very true. I mean, we might perceive this phenomena as being so evasive and so strange that it borders the magical for the believer, and it is evasive enough that for the skeptic, they can just say it doesn't exist. And if for some reason visitors from anywhere, another dimension, another planet, you know, another time, you know, maybe from right here on Earth, but somehow occupying a different space within this space than we are, and that we have somehow not detected. I mean, many would say that that's just improbable, but again, if they had the technology on their side, it could be so simple as that they, you know, reside deep within the oceans. And if anything, some of the new data that we're, you know, hearing about from the military seems to be indicative of this transmedium phenomena. That, look, that goes all the way back to Blue Book. You can go back and read the Blue Book reports and hear all about these things coming out of the water. I remember Ivan Sanderson. I've got his book over there, Invisible Resident, Residents. And, you know, Sanderson was talking about, like in the first chapter, like a tremendous number of UFO sightings involve these things coming out of or going into or flying over water.
He said at least half.
Yeah, I mean,
55%, I think, was the number that he used.
Yeah.
Also, they're stealing our water.
What are they doing? Are they mining?
I've had a case like that too. They were sucking a water hazard dry on the golf course in
Really?
Levita. And it was like a super windy day in the spring. It was like 60-mile-an-hour winds, and this thing was just hovering. It put down some sort of tube, came down into the pond, and visibly reduced it in volume.
Yeah, I've heard those kind of reports too. I mean, literally where some sort of a tube-like apparatus comes down out of a craft. You also sometimes hear about these things producing like a what would you call it? I guess like the equivalent of like a tornado, except I guess with water.
Vortex,
yeah. So like a vortex, you know, you hear about that from time to time as well. I mean, I've wondered, you know, I mean, are they as badly in need of resources that are available here on Earth as anybody would be? When you get into those theories about things like von Neumann probes, you know, artificially intelligent self-replicating probes, there are some consistencies with UFO technology and in terms of, you know, how we might expect some of these things to behave. You know, then there's that really cool idea of the lurker probes that might not be easily detectable and might even have technologies that prevent them from being able to be detected. One thing that seems pretty clear about UAP is that, like, if there's a person who is taken and they have an interaction and there's a contact experience, there may be limited communication. It's often humorous and kind of paradoxical. Again, this very kind of trickster element. This was even like talked about by Valet recently in that Wired magazine article that was published earlier this year, where he's saying the phenomenon has a sense of humor, and it's often very weird, and there are these weird kind of, you know, contradictions and things with people who experience it. So I think that very much bespeaks the traditional concept of this trickster component with it. But the phenomena doesn't seem to, in general sense, be wanting to drop down on the White House lawn and meet us and talk to people. It seems to want to kind of keep a distance, and it wants to control the ways and the events where interactions occur to its own benefit, whatever that benefit is, which is interesting if you think about it. Again, a presumption you always hear, like scientists, I've heard Neil deGrasse Tyson and people say so often, Seth Shostak, they'll say, why would they come all this way and not stop and say hello? But again, we can't presume that they would, right?
Right. I think that's a poor argument.
It's an anthropocentric argument is what it is.
Yeah, it is. And I don't think we're that important myself for anything way out there to come here. I mean, this is a violent, primitive, misogynist, we're verging
Smash the patriarchy.
Right. Right. Let's do it like the Hopi. Let the women do all the work.
Yeah.
Sign all the contracts, own all the property.
It actually mirrors, to a degree, Jewish outlooks on women. I wanted to ask you guys about big black triangles. Are they ours or theirs? Has the TR3B been acknowledged yet? I've heard that there are big platforms that move pallets of cash and drugs across the country at night when they can't be seen.
That's as good an explanation as I've heard.
Yeah. Yeah. And occasionally you'll see photographs, probably hoaxed, of like F-16s accompanying a black triangle. I've had quite a number of those. 12 black triangle sightings in the 10 years I was in the San Luis Valley, including one that was reported by the sheriff of Rio Grande County, and he said that it was being accompanied by conventional fighter aircraft. So we may have something like that, and it wouldn't surprise me in the least. I don't think they have the capabilities of some of the reported sightings where they can hover and then take off at incredible speed, like the Ohio case in the early 90s. It's really hard to say until they fess up and or mess up and inadvertently reveal the state of the art in our technology. The common thing that I hear from aerospace folks is they're 15 to 20 years ahead of the disclosure curve of technology. So what they've had operational for potentially decades has not been revealed yet.
Right. Yeah. I've gotten a lot of those reports. Chris, really quickly, I wanted to ask you, did you ever see any of those yourself?
Only once, and it was completely unlit. So we just watched to block out the stars. But when you're up at 9,000 feet, it's pretty bright on a moonless night. And this was a moonless night, and its sky was blazing. And it was very obvious a triangle shape was blocking out a big portion of the sky. I mean, this thing was huge. It had to have been miles from tip to tip.
It's echoes of the Phoenix Lights.
Yeah, yeah.
You almost saw those too, I think, right?
I was watching basketball in a motel room, and they flew right over. I heard all these people yelling and stuff, and I thought they were watching the game too. And then they break into the game when the reporter was standing there with, "I'm standing in front of the Estrella Mountains. Look behind me." And we're like, "What? Quick!" We went outside, and all these people were out there, and they said, "Where you guys been? You should have been out here 20 minutes ago." It's like, oh man. Of course, one of the guys on my work crew, we were building a straw bale and doing custom adobe work. My lead plasterer didn't believe in any of this stuff, and he started looking at me pretty strangely. And then the New York, no, what was it? Not the New York Times, the L.A. Times tracked me down to get a quote about the Heaven's Gate thing, and it's a mass suicide. And then we're sitting there watching the news one night, and they show the pictures of all the people, and they're wearing those very distinctive black and white Nikes. And Bobby, the foreman, looked down. I was wearing them too, and he said, "I knew it. You're one of them. I'm going home. I can't. We had to literally.
We've
talk
always
him out.
known that you're an alien, Chris.
Oh, it was so funny. Yeah, I had an ongoing correspondence with Marshall Applewhite and some of his followers. Yeah, they were trying to get me to help him, establish a presence in Crestone. And it was the last thing I was going to do is get those, that bunch. We have enough weird folks
Shit going on as it is.
Like the Children of God cult was there, and they had their leader died, and they mummified her and put her in the bedroom, and had like they were doing ritual and offerings and stuff.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention Anti-Derivative Jill has dropped the link for the giveaway in the chat. There it is on the screen. If you'd like to win a copy of Micah's book, autographed by himself, please go to the URL on your screen, and they'll enter you to win, and you can win a really great book.
Indeed. Yes. Happy to make that contribution to the Cardinal and his program.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
To our special guest. Yeah.
A question for both of you. Do you think that mass sightings, for instance, I remember hearing about a UFO that hovered directly over a South American stadium during a soccer match that was seen by tens of thousands of people. Do you think those mass sightings raise the stakes for eyewitness testimony? Isn't mass hallucination just another condescending phrase used by debunkers, and is just worthy of investigation if it's real?
It would be, but the issue I have with mass hallucination is how often do we have people just have sudden spontaneous hallucinations where they see things other than aerial objects, right? Mm-hmm. Why aren't people seeing dragons? Why aren't people having experiences with cyclopses that are trying to consume?
They are having experiences with the Hat Man, at the end of the bed. They are having experiences with Men in Black, so to speak, and probably the most interesting of all is the black-eyed children. During waking hours, they, people have reported these incidents. Shadow creatures, the sky's the limit, and I think that at this point, my expectation is that Chris might say, that these are just natural human archetypes that we all see.
Maybe
Am
so.
I right about that, Chris?
I'd like to hear Chris's thought.
Well, I've never had to investigate a black-eyed children sighting. I'm pretty good friends with David Weatherly, and he's done quite a bit of work in this area, and I'm not sure what to make of it. It just seems odd, as do the Men in Black sightings. They're not as frequent as people think. In fact, they're fairly rare occurrence. So I think that it's a real phenomenon, but both of them. But I don't know, to what extent there could be misidentification involved. There could be misunderstandings. There could be other potential explanation that don't necessarily point to a high strange answer. So I'm not really sure what to add, other than I really try to stick to what I'm familiar with based on my work that I've done and the research that I've done. I think Micah has a better handle on those types of cases than I probably do.
Well, you know, I mean, I would say kind of to what you were talking about there, Gil. I mean, it could be that there are archetypes. Even Nick Redfern has touched on this ever so slightly in his work, you know, looking at the tradition of, you know, the man in black kind of being a universal symbol of evil, you know, and associated with Satan, things like this. I know that with the Hat Man, I had my own interesting experience with that. Again, I would just call it an archetype. Now, this wasn't in waking reality. I was having a dream. The dream was kind of funny. I was like Sherlock Holmes, and I was going out onto the scaffolding, and I was chasing Dr. Moriarty in this dream, because I'm a dork and I have dreams like that, apparently.
I love it.
I mean, it was absurd, but as I'm waking up,
By the way, I apologize for interrupting. Please remind me about absurd when you're done.
Okay, sure. Yeah, no, long story short, what this turned into was a sleep paralysis experience. And I was lying on a bed. I'd actually been house sitting for a couple of friends, and that's probably why I had the sleep paralysis. I was laying on my back, and I was in an unfamiliar environment and probably not sleeping really well. And so I kind of start waking up from the dream, and I hear, while I'm unable to move, but I'm, you know, my auditory sense is coming online, so to speak. I hear something come and stand right next to the bed, and in my dreaming mind, I perceived it as looking, if you ever seen the film The Nightmare Before Christmas, the town mayor character who's like the little pear-shaped guy with the tall stovepipe hat, that's what the figure sort of resembled. And then this is the interesting part. As I'm laying there, then I perceived a female, okay, presumably some kind of a like succubus, crawling up and sitting on top of like my thighs, right? If I'm laying on my back, and she kind of sat right down on my thighs. And if you actually look up the book Dark Intrusions by Louis Proud, it's all he takes a paranormal interpretation of sleep paralysis. Now I'll just be clear, I thought this was just a dream that I had. This was not a paranormal experience to me in any way, but the sensation of this individual, a female presence, you know, sitting on my lap while I'm laying there, was very much like what's depicted on the cover of that book, and which is very in keeping with the traditional like idea of the old hag, the devil riding your back, right? Some people describe it as a person pushing down on you. Some people describe it as somebody even choking you. Often it's just a person sitting on you. And yet again, there's a really strange consistency of that experience. I've talked to people who've been in haunted houses, and what woke them up and caused them to see what they perceived as being a ghost was the sensation of pressure on their body. And they wake up and they look at the foot of the bed, and there's a woman sitting, you know, like on the edge of the bed, but like where she is sitting across their legs and sitting there looking at them. Now, that to me is consistent with sleep paralysis experiences, but then there are some people who are like, you know, there was more to that experience than just sleep paralysis for them. In my case, it was just a dream, but it also involved that weird character with this tall hat, a so-called hat man. So to me, what is this consistency of those experiences, and why do those those archetypes, if you want to call them that, why do those persist? You know, why are those? It's something in our hardware. It's like it's in our operating system as humans, right? And I kind of feel like, in a way, the so-called alien gray is yet again one of those archetypes. And maybe we can create new ones. And when they're like a mind virus. And once they're created and they get into our operating system, then it's like the 100 monkey thing, and everybody starts dreaming about them or experiencing them. Yeah. And that to me is a damn near paranormal phenomena in itself.
Like the Lakatsky claim that the 5 DIA investigators, top-notch government spooks, if you will, when they went home to Virginia after being on the Sherman Ranch, Skinwalker Ranch, that they their family started to see dogmen.
Hitchhiker effect.
And so, and then friends of kids who hadn't known about the experience that the friends, that the father had, the kid didn't tell his friend, and then his friend said, "I saw this like dog man in my backyard, and they had no way of knowing that that this was occurring at the friend's house. So it could be some sort of collective unconscious weird manifestation through the collective unconscious. It could be, like you said, it could be an individual, sort of we're hardwired for that individually, or it could be the result of some type of programming vis-a-vis the collective unconscious.
Guys, I'm going to ask you to go into rapid fire mode because we have just under half an hour left and I have lots of questions. Now that he's been in the limelight for a while and we're no longer close to uncovering anything more than a Tic Tac video, do you think that maybe Louis Elizondo has served his purpose? I mean, the guy admitted that the government asked him to turn his counter-espionage and counter-insurgency skills toward the UFO community, and it seems like he's still on the payroll. And for all of his highfalutin promises and directives, it kind of seems to have turned out to be a big nothing burger.
Well,
so do you believe that Lou is 100% above board, 100% a shyster, or somewhere in between, like Jeremy Corbell before he passed? Stanton Friedman certainly put him in his place on Bob Lazar.
Yeah. Well, once a spook, always spooky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a few interactions with Lou, obviously, and, I've got some close associates that know Lou very, very well, which I wouldn't say I know Lou very well, but Lou's always been very nice to me, and provided, statements and things when I'm reporting on things that have relevance to things he's been involved with.
Yeah.
Looked at some of Lou's paperwork and the work that he did while he was in government. There have been a lot of controversies surrounding him lately, too. And so this is nothing personal against Lou. I don't have any kind of, if anything, I like him a lot as a person. But I think the problem is not so much him. This is just my perspective. I think that the problem is, I think it's fair to call them grifters. The kids who've been ufologists for 15 minutes who all think, oh, and this is going to be the guy, the shepherd who's going to lead us to the promised land. And I don't think that Lou ever necessarily asked for that. He's obviously gotten a lot of attention since 2017, but for a time when Lou and Chris Mellon, who I actually correspond with quite a bit and have worked with a good bit on articles that he's written. And again, my read on Chris Mellon is that Chris is a really serious ufologist who happened to work in government. The guy takes this stuff really seriously, and he's always reading, he's always studying, he's always trying to get to the bottom of things just like any of us. When they were all with To the Stars, and they did fewer interviews, there was sort of this mystique, and it really kind of drug the kids in. It's just like, when you have a rock band that they wear makeup at first, and you don't see their faces and know their real names, and all of a sudden it's, this Kiss effect where it's like an atom bomb going off. There was a lot of that for UFOs when there was this mysterious
night in Satan's service, right?
Right, yeah, and this mystery surrounding To the Stars and everything. Everybody's like, are they going to reveal disclosure? Are they going to tell us the truth about what the government knows? What's going to happen? After a few years, I think we can fairly safely say probably nothing's really going to happen. But I don't blame those guys. I blame these kids who are messianic in the way that they look at people who they idolize, having very ridiculous expectations. Guys, if we haven't gotten to the bottom of this phenomenon yet, and we are no closer to solving it yet, I don't think any number of government programs and former government contractors, agents, and aficionados coming out of government and talking about it is necessarily going to move us closer unless somebody comes out and says, look, no BS, here's what we have and I can prove it. I can tell you what we've got. I don't fault people who obviously to me are as interested, but are as flawed as anybody else and as any human. I look at this and say, man, don't put your faith in a person. Get out there and do the damn work. To me, Well, seriously, the answers to the UFO mystery, it's like what you did in the San Luis, Chris. It's like people think that if they sit around and they bitch on Twitter all day, that they're making a real difference. I mean, okay, cool, great. Maybe in some small way you influenced somebody, or you encouraged somebody, or you inspired somebody through a tweet or something that you did. But most of it's just that. It's just people bullshitting and bickering. And it's so counterproductive. Damn, even if you can't get out there and do field work, read a damn book. Nobody knows anything about the history of this phenomenon anymore. And then when I point this out to them, I'm like, look, folks, have you ever read a book about UFOs? Look, I mean, I go back. I've reread this book. I've reread Ruppelt's book more times than
let me make you big real quick. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I come back every few years and I reread this book because, I mean, first of all, it's damn well written. I mean, Ruppelt was he was really interesting. He was the first director of Project Blue Book, and I just enjoy that book. I'll go back and I'll read Chris's books too. And if you really want a really neat read on the cattle mutilation thing, again, I always mention this, whether or not Chris is here with us, but I'll mention it right now because he is. Stalking the Herd. You got to check that out.
Oh, yeah.
Read these books. Read. Don't sit around and waste your day on social media. But if you're able and you can learn the protocols of proper investigation, how not to lead a witness with questions that may influence the answers they give you, go out there and interview people. Learn about the phenomenon by actually getting out there and talking with people who've experienced it. And if you're in the right place at the right time, and you're an intrepid soul and you get out there and you try to do that work, you may have that experience yourself. I've never had that. Chris has had that happen several times. But again, the point is if we really want to get to the bottom of the phenomenon, it's you put yourself within your own personal standards and go try to find it. Don't put your hope and expectation in somebody else, expecting they, government scientists or otherwise, are going to give you those answers. That hasn't happened yet, and I doubt strongly that it's ever going to happen. But collectively, I think if we all learn, we might be able to move toward a resolution.
Indeed.
Sorry, I'm just going off on my soapbox here, but it's true. I get so tired of all these kids these days. Listen to me, man. These kids these days.
Yeah, you followed.
What am I?
It wasn't that long ago I was calling you that. One of the few kids in the field that actually know what they're talking about.
Yeah. Well, but seriously, people. I was reading. In advance of going to Utah earlier this year, I read Hunt for the Skinwalker. And, I have my issues, I guess, with the whole NIDS thing and all that stuff. But again, Chris's name comes up so many times in that book because before there was NIDS and before there was Bob Bigelow going out there and studying that stuff, Chris was out there in the trenches doing it, Ballet. Before Hynek even could go out and publicly say a lot of stuff, Valet was the first real scientist who was publishing about this topic, and had the cojones to put his name as a scientist and his reputation behind a topic that, look at what happened to James McDonald. I mean, that poor guy was so ridiculed that he blew his brains out. I mean, it's horrific. There have been a lot of martyrs for this subject because there have been people who have tried to do that work and they unfortunately were shoved into a hole so hard, so violently by the academic community that would have nothing of these little green men, Which whoever said that it had to do with little green men? This phenomenon, again, is something that's so worthy of scientific study. So many people have these experiences. So many people observe these varieties of phenomena, whether it be hairy humanoids to, things in the sky, lights in the sky, whatever. But it's so deserving of scientific attention. In the 19th century, as recently as the 19th century, we still didn't know that rocks fell out of the sky, right?
They couldn't fall out of the sky.
You go back a couple more centuries and we didn't know that there were microbial agents that were invisible that could cause illnesses on our hands, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, and there's a phenomenon that's far more visible with our naked eye than germs and microbes that people do see. And yet we have this cultural blind spot where we can't see it. We can't see it because we lead with presumptions. We don't actually go looking for it. So again, go look for it. It's not going to be easy, but go look for it. That's how science has worked in the past. That's how we've made discoveries.
Yeah, that's the scientific process. Back to rapid fire mode.
Yeah, sorry.
Chris, could you please explain the UFO DAP and give us an update on its status?
Yeah, UFO DAPP.
Or do you call it UFO DAPP?
UFO DAPP.
UFO DAPP, okay.
it stands for you know, UFOs.
Digital acquisition
Yeah, the
program.
what would it be? I think digital acquisition program. We're now in 5 countries. We're in 8, I think, or 9 states, including 2 in Washington, 2 in California, and 2 in Utah. We're slated to go through another production run to fill orders.
And what are they and what do they do?
Well, it's a coordinated system of a combination of sensor packages, magnetometer, gravitometers, or accelerometers, the radio frequency spectrum analyzer. You can input up to 6 different sources for data gathering, and then it takes input from 3 cameras if you want, and the software for mission control, it's all controlled through a computer. It triangulates based on the event. First, it determines whether it's an unknown or not, and then if it is determined by the AI function in the software, then the cameras all focus on that one event, and we go into record mode and start recording all the sensing equipment. And it's something that I've always wanted to do. Back 20 years ago, it would have cost close to $1 million to do what we can do today for just a few thousand. Our systems are designed to be robust. They'll take up to 140 degrees and then down to minus 40 degrees.
Wow.
It's in an environmental enclosure with a little heater and an AC unit, basically. And again, you can plug in all sorts of other interesting data sensor gathering equipment, and we've been selling them at cost. We're not really doing this to make money. We're doing it to try.
Why are you selling them at cost? Why aren't you selling
because
them for
we want
$100 more than?
We want these systems to be as affordable as possible, and
you mean you're not making money off of ufology?
No. My partner, Ron Olsch, is he makes $95 for the software. He charges $95, and that's for 15,000 hours of code writing over 5 years.
Wow.
So we really do want to be a clearinghouse for data, and of course all this operates over the internet. So if people utilize the option that we can give them, which is a complete analysis of what they've got, that will be done by it was an effort. It was run by Mark Rodiger and Alexander Wendt and Leslie Kane.
Is that UFO Data?
Yeah, UFO Data. We are now partners with UFO Data, so we'll be gathering the data and they'll be analyzing it. Give it to the academics to do the official analysis. So people have that option if they want to get on board and share the data with us. Then they will be able to have that service done for them.
Chris, where can people find those? I know I sound like an interviewer, but I'm asking because I'm actually interested at some point. And as you know, I've always wanted to get one of those. Where can
UFODAPP.com. It's a full site. It has all the specs for the gear. What we do is we customize systems for people. Mm-hmm. There is no one-size-fits-all scenario for what combination of gear. It all depends on where you are, what your field of view is. You can use less expensive cameras that don't pan, tilt, and zoom. They just have a 90-degree high def field of view, and they're very, very affordable compared to the big security cameras that we have. So you can supplement some of the gear with cheaper versions of things. So a starter system could be as little as $350, going all the way up to a full-blown system, which is up $4,000, I think. And we've had a couple of interesting things already that we've captured. They don't conform to your normal sighting events. These are more like strange shadows, almost like a paranormal thing that we've been picking up in the valley. We're not sure what to make of it. And I'm having problems finding a really good second location there. I did have one all lined up, and when it came time for them to charge me rent, when we started talking about that, they wanted a ridiculous amount of money to hang our camera on their cell tower.
Mm-hmm.
So we're still looking for a good second location so that we can have two different perspectives and two systems that are monitoring the entire valley.
Another rapid fire question. Chris, Micah has been hanging out in the Uintah Basin near Skinwalker Ranch lately. Do you have any experience out that way, and what are your general thoughts about it?
A lot more than I do.
That's one of the spookiest places that I've ever visited, especially the southern part of the basin that you never hear anything about. There's some strange stuff going on down there. I think some of it's government. I think some of it may be Native American related, and then some may be, ufological, because a lot of sightings occur down there among the gas and oil field workers, and you never hear about them. They're followed oftentimes in their trucks. They have these things following them when they come back from town at night, that sort of thing. There's very few roads down there, and it's like one of those things. If you go to the southernmost part of the Uintah Basin, you have one of the most impressive groups of petroglyph panels and pictographs in the country, and that's in Sago Canyon. And that is the drain point energetically of the entire Uintah Basin. It ends up going compressed down into Sago Canyon, which is right off of I-70. And you go up straight up from there, and then on your left along the Green River is the Bookshelf Cliffs, and there's definitely something going on there. There's some sort of government facility or something that is going on there. And I really think that, there's a possibility that this whole thing may have been set up as kind of a cultural experiment, possibly by the government or the intelligence agencies. I think that there's another player up there that's testing out certain types of psychotronic equipment, and I really have a sense that someone's playing games. And
there's a trickster element for sure.
Yeah, and I suspected that the government had been involved when I was able to interview one of the security guys up there on the Paracast, and he said, "Yeah, my checks are written on an SA account, his paychecks." So
Wow.
that was my first, and that was in 2010. But when I found out that Bigelow had a deal with the FAA, all sighting reports go in. They tell them to call Bigelow Aerospace, or they did. So there's monkey business going on up there. I think there's real events that happen, but I also think that a lot of the drama that you see on the TV show might have a much more mundane explanation than people realize.
Yeah, it's possible, and some of it's still startling. I mean, Travis Taylor was telling us about being exposed to radiation that seemed to be from some sort of it presumably was beamed because people around him were not exposed to the same level of radiation that he had been. It's a very strange story the way that he describes this. He also describes some cattle mutilations that he had observed and things like this.
We're on the ranch?
Nearby to the ranch, which I don't know the exact location. He had just mentioned that he had seen a couple of bodies that had been drug up back behind some brush nearby to the ranch there. So, but in any case, there's a long tradition of that kind of a thing. In fact, I think, didn't you investigate a cattle mutilation on Skinwalker Ranch, or the first one, Chris?
I didn't. I wasn't able to go up there. That was the last one that occurred before Terry Sherman signed the NDA, the non-disclosure agreement with NIDS, but I heard all about it.
Told them, whatever you do not dig on Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah.
And in the TV series, they're digging all over the place, which I think is in an effort to manifest whatever these things are,
right,
and get them to show up. Which, I mean,
it
I
seems
guess you
to
can
work.
make an argument that they had, because one of the guys sustained a head injury. There's all kinds of the hitchhiker effect, all kinds of weird stuff going on there.
Yeah, well, it may be some sort of counterintelligence experiment trying to steer the narrative, trying to get in front of the phenomenon, and slowly they're going to start to reassert control over the subject, I think, and that's why we see this new openness that everybody thinks is the end all to be all for disclosure. They're never going to do that. That's why they rebranded the topic and refused to even consider anything before 2004, which to me is ludicrous. It's really too bad, but I think everybody is, as Hank, as Mr. Hanks mentioned before, that everybody assumes that this is a very positive step in the right direction. Although there are some detractors now that are saying these guys are the problem. So, everybody has, whether they say opinions are like assholes, everybody's got one. So, I don't know. All I know is that Hunt for the Skinwalker had wrong dates in it. I talked to Terry Sherman almost daily for a month, and I was on the phone with Terry when the blue light, the dogs go chase after the blue light to check his wife out and his horse. He was giving me a freaking blow-by-blow as it was happening. And then I heard the dogs start barking, and they disappear off in the distance. He goes, I got to go get my dogs. I'll call you back. And he never called me back. And then the next day I called him, and I said, so your dog's all right? And he goes, no. They were turned into piles of grease. And
wow.
What?
And that was, I think, August 6th. That happened in the August 6th, 96. In the book, they say it happened in 95 in April, if I remember correctly. So, I don't know. Maybe Terry got some prior event mixed up with the one that I literally was on the phone with him, and I could, I heard him yell at his wife, "Get away from that! Get away!" And he goes, "Oh, the thing just flew right by me, and it went in front of the barn, and all the lights dimmed," which I thought was an interesting little, observation. And then I heard the dogs barking and taking off.
We're kind of getting to the end of the show, but before we do, I wanted to ask you, Chris, were you ever a fan of Werewolf by Night?
Never even heard of it.
Book? No?
No.
Vault of Horror,
Not much.
Dracula stuff. They were in like magazine format. Well, there's a trailer out for Werewolf by Night, and I kind of wanted to turn you guys onto it.
Okay.
So let's take a look at that real quick. It's not very long, and then we'll get your opinions later.
I'm not much of a horror guy.
This Halloween, you can't escape the shock, the terror of Werewolf by Night.
Tonight, it is every hunter for themselves.
Good luck. I'll be rotting for you.
But one of you is a monster, masquerading as one of our own. I can't wait to find out what breed of evil you are. You wanna see this, darling?
Please don't do this. Death is coming for you!
Werewolf by Night.
Well, it's Werewolf Wednesday, isn't it?
It's kind of a grindhouse, retro thing.
I was gonna say that kind of reminded me of Robert Rodriguez, or it had that hokey, alien sky kind of hokiness in black and white too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was
Micah,
good. Good trailer.
Yeah, I thought so. Any thoughts for you, Micah?
Well, I didn't follow the magazines and what have you with that, but I mean, it looks good. It looks fun. I do enjoy getting into the old classic horror films. Oh my gosh, you just let anybody in here?
Welcome,
Look who we got
Bosley.
now.
I apologize for being so late.
Hey, Boz, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Man, I'm doing good, buddy. Last time I saw you was right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead with what you were saying. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's quite all right. Yes, Chris, I know I speak for Chris and myself to say that we were just so startled at your arrival. But yeah.
How are you? I haven't seen you in a while, Walter.
I know. It's
been
actually
a while.
the last time, Chris, I actually saw you was in a restaurant during either 06 or 07. I met up with you and David during the UFO Congress in Laughlin.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. It's been that long. Oh, wow.
We've talked since then.
Yeah, we've talked. Yeah, absolutely.
Walter, have you seen the trailer for Werewolf by Night yet?
Yes, I have.
What do you think about it?
It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. That's the way I'm going to go into it. Is that it's going to be a lot of fun and more interesting than most of the stuff that Marvel's doing.
Agree. Real quick, I need to bring in anti-derivative Jill because she's ready to spin the wheel, and then we can get back to talking about stuff if you like. Welcome, Jill.
Hello.
How are you?
Doing great. How are you guys?
Live long and prosper. We are doing well.
Yeah.
Yes, you too.
For a bunch of humans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so is the wheel ready?
Yes.
All right, there it is. Go ahead and feel free to give it a spin. I have to warn you guys, it almost makes me sick watching my face go around the thing like that.
We got there. Master Maniac Mexico.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Masters Maniac, Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. So here's the situation. I will need for the winner to send me an email at the following address. I have a macro ready for that, but I don't. And I need your mailing address so that I can give it to Micah so that you can get your autographed book of Magic, Mysticism, and the Molecule. So please email me there and let me know your mailing address, and I'll pass it on.
Indeed. We'll get that right out in the mail to you.
Yeah, congrats. And I really got to go. So thanks,
Okay.
everybody, for sharing your stories and continuing to be so entertaining. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Bye, Jill.
Bye.
So technically, this is the end of the show. However, since Walter is here, I'm happy to continue along to whatever degree you guys are. And if you have to, take off, or if you have other plans at this point, feel free to head out. But if you don't have any plans, I think this is a pretty stimulating conversation. And now that Walter's here, we have, three of the greatest researchers and experts that have ever been on my show. So I'm looking forward to sort of a casual conversation with you guys, if you have time.
I certainly got a little more time. I'll just correct that statement to say that there are two of the greatest researchers and one of the loudest loud mouths. So
Oh, come on.
we know who that is. And if you don't, just ask Chris. He'll tell you. He's known me long enough. He'll tell you.
The mouth of the South.
Oh, yeah. It's a pleasure to have. I've never been with Bosley and with Chris together, so this is.
I know, right?
Yeah,
How
this
cool
is
that?
a unique one.
I'm thrilled. With you two guys here, this is.
Yeah.
I
Everyone's
just heard
in awe
some.
of each other.
I just heard some snarling out there. I just got to go eyeball the dogs.
Oh
I
gosh,
thought
at least
it
you
said
know what we're
snarling.
snarling. See, in my case, I never know what it is off in the dark that's been snarling at me. That's the startling and sometimes stimulating part about investigations.
Yeah.
Again, sort of in rapid fire mode, and this one is for everybody, but I think I'll ask Micah about the anthropological perspective on relic hominids.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. That term. And thank you for that. If we're to look at Sasquatch in the context of being a flesh and blood biological entity, a lot of scientists these days are starting to try and say relict hominoid. And this is where things get a little tricky. Hominid used to be the term. Now, when we're talking about human ancestry and our near kin, the proper term now is hominin. But a hominoid would be something
Hominin?
human. Yeah, hominin, yeah. But a hominoid would be something human-like, essentially in a human-like shape. Reports of Sasquatch, and again, this would be something really cool to get Chris's perspectives on, because he's documented a lot of these kind of reports in tangent to the sort of mysterious valley and the phenomena that's occurred there in the San Luis. But the thing about Sasquatch is that it's human-shaped, and in many regards seems to behave human-like. Now, the modern, strictly flesh and blood anthropological perspective would be that it's essentially some kind of an ape, and that there's a limitation to how much culture seems to be exhibited by the creatures. I personally, and this is just my own personal perspective, but I mean, I have looked at an incredible amount of data about the relic hominoid presence throughout the world, really not just with the American Sasquatch, but also with the Metokangmi or the Yeti in the Himalayas, Nepal, Tibet, also the Caucasus with the so-called Eurasian or Russian variant of the wild man, which I guess they would call the in the Caucasus. The term is the
Almasty?
the Almasty or the Alma, right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Good
exactly.
catch, Chris.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, again, we'll get to that in a moment. This guy knows it, you know. But the Yeren in China, Yer and Ren, literally just meaning wild man. There's others too. I mean, in various other parts, there are even traditions in the British Isles of wild men or wild people, and some really strange stories too. And one of the most interesting ones I ever came across was a Bavarian man in the 1500s who had been traveling. He'd actually been captured by the Ottoman Empire and had been taken prisoner for a time, and is a runner for a period to the Khan. He had learned of a story of these wild people that were captured and that were brought before, like, the Khan of I'm trying to remember what the province was at the moment, but this guy's name was von Schiltenberger, and he wrote in his travels about having seen these wild people and that they lived on a mountain at the edge of this great desert, which obviously the description seems to have been of the Gobi Desert. And he's talking about these people that lived off of wild grasses, lived as the animals did, and their bodies were covered in hair. So anyway, there's a very deep history and a lot of traditions from around the world that seem to describe these kinds of human-like but hair-covered feral beings, wild people. And the general anthropological premise would be that there is some sort of undiscovered hominoid, or possibly a hominin, but I would say a hominoid, more like an ape, that somehow has evaded detection and discovery. And I'm going to tell you, the skeptics have often said, well, but a creature doesn't just rise out of nothing and just spring into existence. If you go back and you look at the paleoanthropological record, there are lots of potential qualifiers that include Gigantopithecus blacki, even Paranthropus. And there's also always that possibility that there are simply as yet undiscovered. And guys, this comes back to the unknown unknowns, right? Just, anthropological specimens that aren't in the fossil record. We're finding new fossils all the time, and people say, well, that's impossible. That won't happen. Look, we didn't know about Denisovans until we knew about Denisovans, right? Right. We only recently discovered Denisovans, Homo floresiensis, right? The so-called hobbits of Flores. All these other different ancient human ancestors and cousins that are being discovered in recent years. So the point is, it's very likely to me that there may be an undiscovered one, but one that has persisted into recent times. Now, that's at least one perspective on Sasquatch. But if we're to talk about there being an anthropological approach, a physical anthropological approach, that would be it. So I'll quit running my mouth now.
Yeah, he's feeling left out. You want to take that, Walter?
I was listening. What I find interesting is that Sasquatch, as such, stories have never interested me, but Yeti stories do.
Huh.
I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's because in my mind, the Himalayas, the Himalayas are far off and exotic, so therefore, the Yeti is more mysterious than the Sasquatch, which is here in North America. But I mean, I agree with what Micah was saying there, that I think we're talking about stuff that is eventually we're going to look back and go, oh, well, of course, that's what it was. But then there's all the stories and episodes that allegedly involved weird paranormal stuff going on with sightings of these creatures, and I guess that's a whole other category of the Sasquatch, the Bigfoot type stuff. But it's you mean now? Are you talking about cryptids and stuff in general, or specifically the hominins?
I think Gil's question had been specifically about the anthropological perspective on Bigfoot or Sasquatch. But like you're saying, I mean, there are other interpretations, which Chris, I know, I mean, you and I've kind of talked about this, so I just don't want to put the words in your mouth, but I think that you may have you may be able to speak to the other perspective on that.
From personal experience, and also my brother was involved in a really well documented case that it appeared like a creature had walked across a logging road around the curve from where they were on horseback. There were 3 of them, and the horses started acting up and got real frightened, and they had to get off and calm them down. They were obviously picking up something. Then they smelled a nasty smell, and so they went walking around the on this logging road, walking around the curve, and right there in the middle of the road was this perfect footprint in damp clay. It left, you could see every single whirl on the foot. And there was one footprint that was on the side of the road. It stepped in the middle, then it stepped on the other side of the road, and then grabbed a branch, on the hillside, the cut for the road, pulled himself up, broke the branch, and the footprint just below the hill, the kind of little cliff, the grass was still coming up out of the footprint. So, but there were no tracks leading to the road or away from the road, and there were no trees that it could have maybe, jumped up and then climbed a tree and maybe started going through the trees, which is something that people forget, that these creatures are very, very wily, and they can climb. Evidently they can dematerialize as well, and that an anthropological explanation can't begin to cover that. These creatures either have access to technology, or they have ancient wisdom that allows them to teleport and to disappear at will. I was watching one of those Bigfoot shows, which I don't normally watch Bigfoot. So one though with the guy and the chick, and then the guy back at base, and I forget what it's called. It's not Finding Bigfoot, it's the other one. Where they filmed a shadow, silhouetted humanoid figure racing across the field of view, but there was nothing between them and the shadow. So where was the being that was throwing the shadow? And it was analyzed, and it definitely was something that they should have been able to see if it thrown a shadow on the cliff face behind it. So, again, having grown up in Washington State and lived 40 miles from Mount Rainier, I heard a lot of stories growing up. And the guy that actually built the house that we never moved into, his name was Otis Wetstein, and I'll never forget, he was like the boyhood friend with Roger Patterson. And
Really?
the Patterson film had just been filmed a couple years before. And I asked him, people are saying that this was a hoax, and that, he was making it up, and it was an elaborate prank. And Otis said, there's just no way. The guy's, a devout Christian. He wouldn't lie, or he was above reproach when it comes to his veracity and his honesty. So, go figure. My grandfather also was involved in a sighting event in 1918 in Hoquiam, Washington. So I've been steeped in all this lore. John Green came to my high school, and talked to us.
Cool.
Yeah. So anyway, I really don't know where to come down on the anthropological question. Sure, I think it's possible, but I think we're dealing with something with a lot more complexity than.
I think it's like UFOs when they say, "What's the answer to UFOs?" and it's like it's all of it, right? I think there are going to be these creatures that will be able to be explained by anthropology and zoology. I think there's going to be those that are not explained by that. What you're talking about, what also the if they're liminal creatures, things that
Right.
are on the edge of two dimensions. I think it's going to be, like you say, complex. I think it's going to be several.
Well, and then there's the cases where UFOs have been seen in conjunction with Bigfoots.
Yeah,
Stan Gordon has a case that's just unbelievable.
Speaking of Stan Gordon, I'm going to make myself big here for a second. This is a fascinating book, very important
That's
book.
an excellent book, and that case is in there.
And this has to do with all these sightings, I mean, hundreds and hundreds of them in Pennsylvania, where Bigfoot was sighted, Sasquatch, sorry for native people, and UFOs in the same time, same place, or very close, like within a week or so. I remember having Joshua Cutchin and Timothy Renner on Into the Fringe for Where the Footprints End, which is a wonderful 2-volume set. And the reason that it's called Where the Footprints End is there's a case of a guy who was, I think, riding a horse with his friend who was also riding a horse. And they went into this acre, which was completely virgin snow. No rabbits had gone across it or anything. I mean, it was just fresh. And there was a Bigfoot print in the snow, just one, and that's it. And it was almost as if a helicopter had, taken a Sasquatch and lowered it down so it could make an impression and then pulled it back up. But of course, a helicopter would have blown away all the snow and all that kind of stuff.
That's what made me think of when you were talking about your brother's experience, Chris. Made me think of the liminal possibility.
Right.
How the heck do you explain that? It's either, okay, some people would say, well, of course it's a hoax. Somebody did it. Well, if it's not a hoax, what the heck?
Right.
It's something.
Yeah.
Weird.
Well, because of the damp clay, they were able to get a real accurate idea of how much it weighed, and they said it weighed in excess of 500 pounds. So, I mean, their prints were barely just, their boot marks were just there compared to this thing, which is pressed down into the clay. Wow. And there's something to it, but I think it's more complex, and I think it may also, this is something that not many people, I haven't heard many people put this idea out there that they seem to occur in areas with cave systems. And so there may be some sort of connection with the inner earth or underground, possibly. And that's one way that they might get around. And they do seem to have some sort of cloaking ability, as demonstrated very vividly in the Bigfoot show I saw. So I think the jury's going to be out until we find a valley in British Columbia, supposedly, that has several dozen family groups in it. That the entrance is 2 full-grown cedar trees that, when they were saplings, were crossed together, and now they've grown that way, and so you got the golden arches kind of sitting there at the mouth of the valley, kind of as a warning. And I had an aunt. My grandmother grew up in Prince George, and my aunt, she told me some amazing stories that Bigfoot encounters were fairly routine up there, and you just don't hear about a lot of them because people in areas that have them tend to not. It's like in the San Luis Valley. I had a farmer grab me in the grocery store and goes, "Chris, oh, I'm so glad I ran into you. God, I know you're a really busy guy and stuff, but I said, well, what's going on? He goes, I should have called you. I said, what do you mean? He goes, I don't know. Some mothership landed out in the back 40, and it was all lit up like a Christmas tree. And, I was going to call you, but I figured it's too late, and you're a bit busy, and then I forgot to call you. So what do you think? It's like, if something occurs enough, it then has the veneer of normalcy around it. And people don't make a big deal over normal occurrences. So in the San Luis Valley, it's not unusual to see stuff flying around. And so people don't, they go, oh, there's another one of those. And I think in some ways, the crypto realm has some similar responses to it, unless it's of some horrific bloodthirsty wolfman or something. So, like in that movie.
Yeah, my single cryptid experience that I'm aware of was more of the winged variety, and it happened. The way I remember it, it happened just a couple of months before the one UFO experience that I had. So I can't help but connect it to a period of my life where weird stuff was going on that also involved, owls and that kind of stuff. So it seems like there's these windows that if you get yourself somehow tapped into the weird, or you get on their radar, it seems to like to display itself. And there's a variety of explanations that you could discuss, but then again, how do you know for sure? And the nature of a lot of these things I found is they want the individual that they manifest for to be as certain as can reasonably be, but they don't want it to be convincing to others should you choose to tell others. It's almost as if the manifestation is for that particular witness at that time, and it's not something that is supposed to be conveyed anecdotally. As fascinating as guys like us, we like to hear these things, we like to research it, we like to write about it, we like to figure it out. I am increasingly more and more suspecting that there's some pluses, there's some type of reward to not saying anything. And I have to wonder, I've heard stories over the years. My mentor told me one, and kind of another semi-mentor told me another one decades ago, that there are people who know a lot more about these things we're talking about, these mysteries, but you'd never know it because they don't talk about it. And the implication was, because they don't talk about it openly and with just anybody, and they're certainly not writing books about it, these things manifest more often and more openly and more frequently, more thoroughly to them. So, in the back of my mind, there's, you either want to share the discussion with others, talk about it, share what you find to the extent that you can find it, or do you actually personally want to know as much of the truth as possible? So therefore, do you sacrifice the public discussion, your involvement with the public discussion, in order to know more? And then I have to wonder, how many people are out there who've made that choice and actually know more than all four of us here combined, simply because they made the choice to not be open about it? And whenever I bring this up, you get folks out there that are like, oh, you're advocating people not tell their stories or silencing experiencers. I'm like, no, I've never advocated silencing experiencers. I'm just, sharing things I've been told and suspicions that I've had through the years, and particularly recently. So that's where I'm at right now. It's, you either talk about it, but you're limiting your knowledge because you're talking about it, or you shut up about it and more doors and dimensions are open. I don't know.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective. I also want to mention something too. Having interviewed thousands of people over the years and hundreds of experiencers of strange phenomena, there's always something that they 9 times out of 10 don't tell you. There's a giggle factor. There's some, thing that if you included that with your account, it would totally, make it unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then it's only after people get comfortable with you, and then sometimes years later, they'll say, "Remember that event that I talked to you about? Well, there was something I didn't tell you."
Right.
So, I really think that that's by design, and I think that might somehow be tied with what you were saying, Walter, about divulging your experiences and publicizing them versus just going along and experiencing things. Although, in my case, I mean, I had as many as 17 events in one night.
Yeah.
So, which I was able to see, I think 3 or 4 of them, because they called me in real time, told me to run outside and get up on the roof, and told me where to look. So, it's strange territory and in weird country, and maybe that explains why I'm so drawn to it. I don't know.
Oh yeah, why all of us? It's there is that facet of it that you can't resist. And in some ways, it's the most. To me, it's the most. It's the strongest draw of all things in life, for me. It's just. It's there, and it's always there. Just even if you're paying attention to other aspects of life, which you should, it's always there on the edge.
Yeah. I love strange territory and weird country, though. That's where I'm from. Yeah. That's exactly where I'm from. Unfortunately, I think, though, that my coffin is calling, and I'll probably have to get back to my strange territory. But I want to just say really quickly that in addition to the double surprise of Chris O'Brien and Walter Bosley, both of them, it was a huge surprise seeing you, Chris, and then Boz jumping in here, too. So much fun. But again, Cardinal, you always do a fantastic job with the best questions, the best audience, and frankly, just the best time altogether. So if this is what weird country's like, I'm gonna build a cabin and just stay here. Damn it, this is just fine by me. So, but thank you all, you guys, and always a pleasure, Chris.
Yeah.
Keep it up, man.
Yeah.
As you've been doing, and I know you always will. Bosley, always out there making waves. Looking forward to your forthcoming film. And again, I hope to see all you guys at some point on down the road here, sooner rather than later, when there's an opportunity for us to see each other.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And before you go, Micah, I have a question that I'm going to ask everybody. So I'd just like to ask you before
Sure.
you go. Can you name 10 books you think the members of our viewing audience should definitely read? Let's start a paranormal book club.
10 books. Gosh, let's see if I can come up with. Let's see if I can keep it a list of 10. If we're talking about books that deal with the unexplained, and I'm just going to go with the ones
you would recommend.
Yeah, the ones that come to mind as I think of them. Like, first of all, I would definitely recommend Passport to Magonia that we were discussing earlier with Jacques Vallée. I also mentioned, for a more nuts and bolts take on things, but from a government perspective early on, that is mandatory reading for UFOs. The Report on Unidentified Flying Objects by Edward Ruppelt. I just mentioned that. If you really want to understand a deeper history, I'm going to go ahead and jump in and mention another Vallée book here early on, co-authored with Chris Albeck, Wonders in the Sky, which goes back, and you've got basically 500 accounts, all before the 1870s, that are possible indications of early instances of UAP throughout history. So now I've got to do this because I've got friends here present, if you're really interested in the history of the topic, also go back and look at Empire of the Wheel. My favorite in that series with relevance to possible connections to the UFO mystery is the second installment, that by our very own Walter Bosley here. Back when I was a kid working in radio, let's see, that brings us up to 4, I believe. Number 5, back when I was working in radio is when I first learned about Stalking the Trickster by Chris O'Brien. And you should definitely check that one out too, which is the book that put he and I on each other's radar. And that was, that's still a book that I think is something that you'll learn from, because if you're looking at the potential for there to be continuity between phenomena, not just there being a trickster component, possible continuity, i.e. like a grand unified theory of the paranormal, you might really, I think, have a lot to take away from that book. I know I did. And I'm going to do 2 in a row from Chris here, because I want to mention Stalking the Herd. Yeah. The cattle mutilation mystery is something that I think there's a lot of conjecture and mythology that's been built onto that over the years. And in Chris's analysis, you get a deeper perspective on it that covers that, but it also brings you back down to earth, and to me is the single best hypothesis that's been put forward about what that phenomena actually represents. And again, Chris has just done an incredible job. I remember when he showed up at an event and the book hadn't gone to print yet, and Chris had the whole book like printed out on paper, and I'm like, my God, this is going to be like the Bible of cattle mutilation, and it is. It still is. And there hasn't been anything that's matched it. So that's number 6. Coming up to number 7, I would say I want to throw a Sasquatch book in here, and this is an interesting one, although this is definitely on that more scientific side of things. But Dr. Jeffrey Meldrum, Sasquatch Legend Meets Science, excellent book, fascinating read, very stimulating. When you go back, and if you really want something outside of the box, like I guess that puts us at, where am I right now? Am I 7? So I got 3 more, right? Is that correct? There was a great overview done of the UFO issue with relation to government that very few people have read, but it's a very important book. It's called UFOs and Government, that Dr. Michael Swords did with Robert Powell. Michael Swords, after the publication of that book, he's retired now and he's no longer doing this blog, but he did this blog for a little while where he was looking at everything from like fairies and Bigfoot. It was called The Big Study. Next level thinking, fascinating stuff. But Dr. Swords' analysis of the UFO issue with relation to government, based solely on documentation, incredible stuff. But now pivoting away from that, one of the most entertaining books, and really I can't just say one, but I'm going to name one, but really I'm kind of saying everybody go and read everything this guy wrote. Dude, John Keel's Operation Trojan Horse.
Yeah.
That is
you just pushed Walter's buttons.
Well, mine too. It's one of my favorite.
Everybody.
Favorite books.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
Keel, we all nodded.
Keel was so interesting because, man, he was like, I'm going to get to the bottom of the UFO thing. In about 1966, when we had this big sightings wave that was going on just in advance of the Condon Committee and everything, and Keel, again, really right before Valet came out with Magonia, Keel was the first guy who said, I've studied UFOs. I've done an analysis. I've worked for 2 to 3 years on this with no breaks, and here are the patterns, correlations, and trends I've noticed. Now, again, some people have taken some issue with some of his data and his facts. Keel was a very entertaining writer. He may have taken liberty with some of those facts at times, but I think that fundamentally the ideas that he's putting forward are interesting. And even though I don't always agree with his conclusions, the important thing is, I think that Keel is a textbook case of how to unmarry yourself from conventional ideas and totally break apart everything you think you know and reapproach a phenomenon from a original perspective. And that's what he did with Operation Trojan Horse. And he came to a very similar conclusion to what Valet did. There's not enough evidence to suggest that there's a clear link between UFOs and space visitors. There may be something more complex going on here. And he extended that to cryptozoology and Sasquatch and everything. And basically this encompasses what he called the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis. So, and then for the last one, I'm going to go ahead and throw in the old man himself, Charles Fort, Book of the Damned. Yeah. Go back and read your Fortiana. Yeah. Go back and read your Fortiana. If you haven't read Charles Fort, you ain't worth a damn. Yeah. They were the Book of the Damned.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So I think I covered all the bases there, didn't I?
That was a great list, Micah. Thank you. And by the way, thank you again.
I have to agree with all of
your
those. I mean, good job.
Thank you again for your generous prize for our winner, your autographed copy of Magic, Mysticism, and the Molecule. That's very generous of you. I want to thank you again.
Well,
that would be that would be on my list.
Well, yes, indeed. So, Gil, get me the address. I'll have that off in the mail. And listen, last thing I'll say too, I'm not kidding. Including Walter and Chris's books on the list. These are books that I've read, that I own, that I have learned a lot from over the years, and that's why I'm friends with these guys. We've always respected each other and learned and enjoyed taking, I think, all of us fairly unconventional approaches at times that, if nothing more, although I think there's a lot more to it, but if nothing more, I would say that they inspire unique thinking, and that's something I think this field really needs, is unique thinking, and not just lemmings jumping off of cliffs, which is what you see every day, all day on Twitter, right? So
I don't. I just promote my channel and I get the hell off.
I mean, I know it's a hellish necessity, and sometimes you need it, but
I don't know about Twitter.
But the less of it I can have in my life, the better. But anyway, gentlemen, I thank you and for all your work, and for, of course, your friendship, and that goes for you too, Gil. And I wish you guys all the best. And in the words of Edward R. Murrow, good night and good luck.
Good luck. All right, Micah. Thank you again.
I'll see you guys. Take care. Hey, I'll talk to you both soon, okay? And Gil, we'll be in touch as well.
All right. See you.
Bye, guys.
Okay.
I want to throw on the future top 10 list a book I'm reading now that I haven't finished it. It's an enormous work, but I'm telling you already, I can tell. And Joshua Cutchin's Ecology of Souls is going to be a must read, because oh my God, I
love the title.
What a work! What a work! And I haven't even got halfway through it, and already I can tell it's. I can't wait to finish the whole thing so that I can, because it's in 2 parts, so I can start talking about it. But it's really something. It's a contribution.
Any others?
Oh, well, no. He was mentioning, in talking about John Keel earlier yesterday. Actually, I was, that Eyes on Cinema channel that's been on YouTube, that's been running really fascinating vintage UFO documentaries and related things. And I was listening to the interview that Woody Dernberger did the day after his first encounter with Indrid Cold. I had not heard this one. I mean, the Long John Nebel show interview is everywhere, or you can find it out there. But this particular one I'd never heard before. And this was in, November of '66. And when it reminded me, I was living there at the time, because Woody lived off of Route 2 mineral wells, and we lived either off Route 1 or Route 2. I get them mixed up. But I had just turned 3 the month before, living right there in Mineral Wells when that all happened. And it just whenever I hear the Woody Dernberger thing, it always makes me think about, wow, I have been around this weirdness my entire life. What the heck? But here's what's interesting. The main reason I brought it up is that his description, being the most fresh description of that first encounter, because it was the very next day, is really a lot different than what other people have attempted to evolve the whole Indrid Cold thing into. And to me, it's an example of, when Micah talked about, or one of you said something about, Micah, I think, the conjecture that's been laid on things and stuff. And I'm listening to Woody describe this experience fresh. And again, I'm reminded, how did these guys who claimed that Indrid Cold was a local mafia figure, how did they get there from Woody Dernberger's, initial description, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, but it's an example of how things just veer wildly off course once that game of post office starts, as it so often does in this field. That going back to that original source material is just, if you can get it, is incredibly valuable, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to play a little trick on you, Walter, just in the moment. And I'd like to get your opinion on this after I play it.
Okay.
Nope. Neither of those is what I was looking for. This is what I was looking for.
This Halloween, you can't escape the shock, the terror of Werewolf by Night.
Tonight, it is every hunter for themselves.
Good luck. I'll be rotting for you.
But one of you is a monster, masquerading as one of our own. I can't wait to find out what breed of evil you are. You wanna see this, darling?
Please don't do this. Death is coming for you!
Werewolf by Night.
Okay.
So your hot take?
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I always remind myself, hey, you could end up being disappointed, but the trailer looks like a lot of fun. I hope, if you'll notice at the end, the image burns into a color image. I would be happy if it were in black and white. I would love to see this in black and white. Well, but at the end, the image, is that Eva Green? Whoever it is, as she's sitting there, you see that it starts to bleed into a color image. So I'm not sure if it's just the trailer in black and white, it's going to be in color, but that's small stuff. I would love it.
At the end, the film burning out and all that kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's
it
a very
looks like
grindhouse look, and that was the only part that I noticed that was in color. But
so it looks like it's going to be fun. Of course, those who are Moon Knight fans know that Moon Knight premiered in the Werewolf by Night issue in '75 before he got his own. So it'll be interesting to see if Oscar Isaac shows up in this. So
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Well, he's back in Cairo with the director or the showrunner of Moon Knight that first season. So looks like they're getting a second season.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I liked the episodes that I saw. I didn't see all of them, but I liked the ones that I saw.
Yeah, I liked it. As a fan, the only comic book character hero that I've ever bought a bunch of issues and collected over the years and liked was Moon Knight, and I got turned on to him in like 1982 or something. So I was very pleased with.
Was it called Rom Moon Knight?
Nope, it was just Moon Knight.
There was something called Rom.
Rom was the robot guy.
Oh,
Rom Knight or something like that. Yeah, Moon Knight's Marvel's Batman, but more occulty.
Yeah, I enjoyed the treatment that they did on the show. Yeah. Chris, did you see Moon Knight?
Nope. No, I haven't seen very many horror shows, horror movies.
Oh, it's not a horror movie.
When you when you live with the weird stuff, the real life stuff around you, right? It's like, why watch the movies almost?
Yeah,
Speaking of movies, but also something about, Chris, I've always said that one of the things that fascinated me the most, for some reason, that has stuck with me the most in the Mysterious Valley and Enter the Valley, is the mountain man. I can never remember his name off the top of my head, but the mountain man who went hunting the two brothers.
Right. Tom.
And and just never really talked about what happened to him up on the mountain. And that, for some reason, the mystery of that, the mystique of that's always intrigued me. But have you seen or heard of the film Bone Tomahawk?
That does ring a bell. That's an oldie.
You might like that. Kurt Russell and Patrick Wilson and Matthew Fox from Lost. It's a Western. Came out, a few years ago. But boy, does it have a theme that guys like us and guys interested in I think you'd like it. I think you'd like it.
What's it called again?
Bone Tomahawk.
Bone Tomahawk.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
it takes a turn into David Childress land. I'll put it that way. It takes a turn into AUP land.
Right.
And I wasn't expecting that, but it's it kind of, because I've always felt that the Tobin story would make one heck of a movie. We three.
Well, the Espinosas. I mean, that was North America's first serial killers.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
it wasn't quite the United States yet. It was the Colorado Territory, but 40 people in 6 months.
You have to be in contention with Lizzie Borden for that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But they outdid her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, who was first as a serial killer?
What year was Lizzie Borden?
Well, let's check it out. Actually, I'll just ask my phone. Siri knows all, tells all. Let's see here.
Because the Espinosas were, I forget.
Hey Siri.
Late 1850s, early 1860s.
When was the Lizzie Borden case?
Here's an answer from bus.com. On August 4th, 1892, 32-year-old Lizzie Borden discovered the body of her father, Andrew, on a couch in their home in Fall River, MA.
She beats H.H. Holmes.
She does.
By a year. Yeah.
But the Espinosas,
they're decades before that.
Yeah, they were in the late 1850s. And they killed 40 people that they know about. They may have killed more, but they know of at least 40 victims.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tobin brought their heads back, right?
He did to get paid.
Yeah.
And he lost 2 of them. But he was when he was crossing the Huerfano River, they were right on the other side of the valley and on the other side of the Sangres. But he did have Felipe Espinosa's head, which he then lay on the desk of Governor Gilpin and said, "Now give me my $500." He says, "Well, the territory doesn't have $500, but let me take you out, and buy you a new coat, and take you to dinner." And the guy was like 4 foot 9 inches or so. He was his gun was bigger than he was.
That guy was lucky that Tobin didn't take his head after that.
Yeah. Well, it's quite an interesting story. It would make a great film.
There's a question in the chat from Frontier Studies. What about the serial killer with that hotel back in the 1800s?
That was Holmes.
Holmes, yeah.
Which is going to be, it's either a movie or it's an HBO thing coming out. And oh my gosh, I forgot. It's got Leonardo DiCaprio's affiliated with it. But yeah,
And,
the Devil in the White City book is being made into a thing.
Is
And
that the
that's
one
a
with
great
Jennifer
book.
Lawrence?
I don't know if Jennifer Lawrence is in it, but that's a great book if you guys haven't read that. The Devil in the White City, fascinating.
The guy was ingenious with some of his modus operandi.
And the fact that he managed to keep all the different workers that he hired from figuring out that he was even up to anything sinister, that boggles my mind when you consider, what he had in there.
Yeah.
Creepy stuff.
Yeah.
The devil in the white suit.
City. Yeah, the White City is what they referred to the Midway Plaisance of
the World's Fair.
The 1893 World's Fair,
which is all lit up with electricity for the first time.
Yep.
Thanks to Nikola Tesla.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Nikola Tesla, oh God, my segues are so bad. Walter, congratulations on the 20th anniversary of Lost Continent Library. What's new? He said knowingly.
You mean you said speaking of Tesla, you mean the Secherie stuff?
Of Lost Continent Library. What's new?
Yeah, I'm re-releasing Secherie's books and starting with his original trilogy, which the very first book of that, Wonder of the Worlds, the beginning, it begins at the 1893 Chicago World's Fair, and from where Martian agents steal a synthetic crystal, ruby or whatever, that Tesla has made as a power source, and they take off to Mars to use it to power their invasion of Earth. And Tesla and Mark Twain and a very young Harry Houdini take off in pursuit in a Tesla airship. This is all 1893. It's very steampunky. It's like it's almost like one of those George Pal, H.G. Wells types adventures from the late 50s, early 60s. And I have released the paperbacks of books 2 and 3 in that, but the hardcover, which would be the first hardcover from my label, will be of the one that starts at the 1893 Chicago World's Fair. So that's coming up.
And I think you recently published a trilogy that we should hear about.
Oh, you mean Joseph Farrell's?
Yeah.
Yeah. I am now the publisher of Joseph Farrell's Giza Death Star trilogy. And we just released the first one. And today, as we speak, I'm preparing to load up the second one in the system. My company does everything print on demand. And then I'll be getting the third one out as soon as possible after that. So I'm excited about that. And yeah. And
we're going to have a little party, right?
Yes, we are. Yeah. When you're out here for the Empire of the Wheel tour and other things, we're going to celebrate the 20th anniversary of my publishing label, which again blows my mind that it's been 20 years. I thought of the idea. I was in Khartoum, Sudan on my old job that I had when I thought of the idea. Originally, it started as a magazine, and then I thought, I'll do a publishing label. And you know what? I was entirely inspired. My working model of doing this was Adventures Unlimited Press. I had been a huge fan of David Childress and AUP. That's where I learned about Chris for the first time. Was there, and I had gone on a Mexico trip with David and Jennifer and the travel groups that he does, and I liked it so much that I ended up doing another one that same year, the month after I founded my publishing company. But what I did was I took the model of David's company, AUP, and I said, you know what, I'm going to do the same thing, classic reprints and newly written stuff, but I'm going to do it with pulp adventure fiction and classic adventure fiction. That was my theme. Instead of doing it like with lost cities and ancient mysteries, that kind of thing like David did, I applied it to fiction, specifically the pulp adventure and classic adventure fiction. And that's what I started with, was a classic reprint of an Atlantis novel written in 1927, and then I followed it with an Atlantis novel written by a guy who at the time was 84 years old and living in Florida. And then I started publishing my own stuff. And eventually I did do a magazine, an electronic magazine that was really successful for a year. And but yeah, I was really inspired by David and his working model. And now 20 years later, I initially started as a traditional publisher because I was making the best money of my life, so I could afford to do print runs, right? Traditional print runs, either 500 or 1,000 copies, but things have a way of turning, and to stay in business, I went print on demand because I discovered, the digital world was offering things at that time. So in 2010, I went completely digital, and print on demand was perfect. It was a way for me to keep my label alive. And at the same time, I made the transition into mostly nonfiction because that's mostly what I write. And so, 20 years later, here I am. It's still alive. There hasn't been a year in that 20 years where my company didn't have something coming out that I wasn't publishing something. So it's legitimately 20 years. There's been no gaps in there. And the year I was going through cancer treatment and we were all going through COVID zaniness, I even managed to write and publish 2 books. They were short, but I wrote and published 2 books even during that year. So,
Well,
there we go. I just keep on
There's
going.
a question for you in the chat from
Okay.
James Concerta. He says, how do I submit? And then I answered, and I want to make sure that I answered correctly, to what? Lost Continent Library doesn't accept unsolicited manuscripts.
Right.
Am I right about that?
But here's what I will do. Here's what I do all the time. The digital world, and I think Christopher knows what I'm talking about too, the digital world has changed publishing tremendously. Yes, all us older guys sitting here in front of you, we remember the old days, the Vanity Press. Vanity Press was a joke. Vanity Press, you didn't get a lot of
It was
respect
pay
at
to
all.
play, right?
Yeah, it was. If you paid for it, sure, they'll print it, so anybody could put out their. The digital world is not, in my opinion, it's not all Vanity Press. It's allowing legitimate voices to get out there, and so the game has changed. So when people want to submit to me, and I don't take unsolicited, what I do offer is to teach them how they can start their own label and be their own publisher, so they can keep all the royalties themselves and really be their own master on that. And you can always hire, if you're talking about an editor of your material and your content grammatically and stuff, you can always hire somebody to do that. I recommend Gil because he's a experienced professional with that. Yeah, I'm all the time recommending to people, be your own publisher, man. It's the way to go these days.
And what Walter's referring to is that I have a forthcoming anthology of short science fiction stories called Clash of the Titles, because it was sort of a half open anthology call and half writer's workshop. And so I wrote a list of 270 titles, and then a writer would pick one and then write a story around it. And then I would have like 4 different sort of face-to-face via Facebook Messenger meetings with them once every month to do 4 different drafts. And I would give them my, comments and critique. And then they would, to a person, all go off in a very excited way to make those changes or go in a different direction or just, make the story that they wrote really tighter and very good. And through that process of, working with these 33 writers over the course of 4 months, doing, a critique every month of their next version, we all became friends, which is not really what you're supposed to do when you're an editor, but they're all really cool people and wrote the most incredible stories. The 4 people that didn't have to go through that were David Gerald, who wrote The Trouble with Tribbles, Paul Levinson, who's a huge famous science fiction writer, Mike Resnick, who said, "I'll have your story ready in 2 days," and he did. It was in my inbox in 2 days, and the only thing I had to correct on his was a period that he missed, and everything else was perfect, because he was the editor of Galaxy for years before he passed. And the other one is Bob Vardaman, or Varda Bob as he's known. And those guys are all, big time science fiction writers, so they didn't have to go through that process. But the rest of them have gone on to be, very important voices in science fiction today. So I'm looking forward to getting this anthology out.
Excellent.
And Marie has a question for you, Walter. That hardcover release, can we pre-order?
I'm going to decide on if I'm doing pre-orders once I get it to the stage where it's ready and it's loaded for the print on demand, and then it's just a matter of me clicking boxes to decide. But it's something I am thinking about, because people have been asking about the pre-order option on the next Napoleon book and other things. So it's looking like it's time for me to start considering making pre-order an option. I've just never done it before, so I'm not familiar with specifically how to do it on the system I use. But that's just a matter of, a few minutes when I do visit that.
Right.
So it's possible.
Chris, I was curious about how you publish your books.
Well, initially, for my first 2 books, I got a deal with St. Martin's Press. I would have had a deal with HarperCollins, but they had to eat about 20 advances because they overextended themselves and had to withdraw 20 titles, and they were offering me $60,000. I was a little bummed when they had to, yeah, and they withdrew the offer, and then I had to go with St. Martin's Press, and they my first book went through 10 printings, so it did pretty well, and then David Childress published my 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th books. I met him and was helping him out when he wasn't there. I was going and collecting his mail and making sure everything was secure. When he would go on his trips or back to his main office, which is in Illinois, and so yeah, he did the next 4 books, and then I'm going to be like Walter said. It's now possible to really self-publish, and my all my books from now on will be self-published.
Yeah, I convinced Joseph Farrell to start doing that a few years ago, and he was his newer stuff, because he was happy with what David was doing with the stuff so far, but he had some newer, smaller stuff, and he was really pleased with. It's like I said, it's a more it's just better than the old days of the vanity press, because that would come up initially in the early days of me doing this. Oh, are you a vanity press? And I just want to. My first reaction is let me get my hands around your neck for suggesting that. Nobody's ever paid me a dime to publish their book. It's legitimate, publishing deal. I just look at it's print on demand is just my printing service and my distribution service. I use Lulu, and that's they're not the publisher. I'm the publisher. I'm the one that makes the editorial decisions, for better or worse. They are just a printing mechanism and a distribution service is the way I look at it. So,
and there's another question for you from Ari. Will there be signed, numbered editions of the hardback?
Numbered, I don't know, but certainly I want to offer signed, and I've spoken with Sesheri about doing just that. He's open to doing that because he's finishing up the second of 2 additional trilogies.
Wow.
Plus another single novel titled Vento, which is really interesting. And then he's got more nonfiction coming. He's just really been, even though he withdrew all his stuff over all those years, he continued to write, and he's writing a lot now still. So I'm excited that he's wanting to come back out, get his stuff out there again. Not just because I'm the publisher, but because his stuff is really fascinating. So.
I got the last 2 books in his trilogy, and I was going to ask you if you think you could get him to autograph them for me.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And another thing I'm not sure if you've considered is Kickstarter, because they help with the whole signed and numbered thing, and there's lots of advantages to doing a Kickstarter rather than a pre-order, because it's one, a proof of concept, so it allows people to see, there are enough people that want this to do the Kickstarter, and if you hit a certain level, you can have stretch goals, which could be signed and numbered editions. It could be, the fancy one with the ribbon bookmark and all that stuff.
Right. It's kind of like the perks you offer when you do one of these things for, as I did, raising money for a film. If you give X number, you'll get a copy of the film. You give double X number, you'll get a copy of the film and a T-shirt, and on and so forth.
Exactly.
And if you blow my mind and give me an incredible chunk of money I didn't expect, you get all sorts of good stuff.
The most of the Kickstarter campaigns that fund the book or movie or whatever in this case generally overfund by several 100%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
You and I should talk offline about it.
Yeah.
Because I'm kind of a knowledge not about Kickstarter, because that's the way I'm going with Clash of the Titles.
Yeah. We'll definitely talk about that. I think you're gonna like when you get out here, the Empire of the Wheel tour and
I can't wait, man. I can't wait.
But going back to Joshua's book, have either of you guys read it, or anything?
Not yet.
Oh, it's really it goes into the strange phenomena associated. It studies death, and in particular, the idea of death's connections to strange phenomena, and UFOs included. Anne Strieber had said years before that she thought the whole UFO mystery, she is quoted as saying, this all has something to do with death.
No, what she said was, this all has to do with our dead.
The dead, yes, I'm sorry, the dead.
Our dead. And by the way, I hate to interrupt, but I understand that Chris has to go. Chris, is there anything you'd like to plug, my friend?
No, just UFO DAPP. Give Ron Olsch a holler. Drop him an email.
And that's UFODAPP.org?
.com.
Okay.
And I'll check on that order for you. And Walter,
great.
Man, good seeing you.
Yeah, good seeing you too.
Yeah, it's been a while.
We need to do this again.
Yeah, next time I'm out in your direction, I'll
give
you a holler.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, Gil, thanks for having me on. It was really fun. It's always great.
And I'm looking forward to having you back, just, on your own.
Sure.
So let's be in touch about that.
Yeah, I've got a good internet connection now. I finally got internet, so they finally ran the line all the way up.
Not out or anything.
Yeah, no, I'm high speed. now, which is, I was just a cell phone hotspot for 3-4 years. But anyway, sayonara.
Okay, do svidania.
See you later.
Okay,
Thanks for
bye-bye,
being
you
here.
guys.
See ya.
Okay.
And then there were two.
You know, I don't know if you had logged in to my live stream in time enough to see the Robbie in
No,
progress.
I
but
didn't.
Here,
Let me make you big.
here he is in progress.
Oh wow!
I'm finishing up with Altera. I have a few more little details on Robbie.
Can you center it in the frame a little bit?
Yeah,
There you go.
right there. My light was
Very
off.
cool.
That's why I was doing that. But
Robbie
actually,
the
dramatic
robot.
lighting. So yeah, he's came together pretty well, and
Looks good.
when I finish the little details on him, and then add Altera, and then put the card in the back, this will be one of the prize figures in the model collection there. So
Yeah, and then
there we go. Thank
after
you.
that, you can get to work on the Forbidden Planet saucer.
Oh, the saucer! I'll tell you that. I've been watching tutorials on that,
Mhm.
several tutorials, and looking at the size and all the details. That is like four models in one, at least three large scale models in one. That is something else. It's for those who don't know, it's the Forbidden Planet saucer, the large one that is, what is it, like, I think 35 inches across in diameter. It's almost 3 feet. It's incredible. It's great. So I'm definitely looking forward to jumping on that. But yeah, I'm intrigued with this because some of the stuff that I've encountered are relative to these, the so-called psychopomps and the messengers and things from the land of the dead. I mean, Hecate is central in my research of the last several years. The owls and the
owls are not what they seem.
Right, and the paranormal stuff that I did not put in the books that was going on during those years. All of it really comes from the lore of the dead, the land of the dead, the other side, the underworld, and the first of the owl encounters I had took place, within days or conjunction with a family. Extended family member passing away, yeah, it just so I find this right now the most intriguing thread to pull on UFOs and other related phenomena is this idea that that there is something. I do think extraterrestrial visitations have happened and are going on. You know that we've talked about that here, but in the bigger picture, when you look at all the stuff, there's something else going on, and it is something otherworldly, interworldly. It's not something mundane. It's something else. And the whole land of the dead thing and the issue with the dead, there's something to it. I can't pinpoint it yet, but there's something to it. So I'm following that train of research that others have done, and there we go.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at on
there
that.
You are.
And
I did want to ask you the same question that I asked Micah about if you could come up with 10 books that you would recommend to our viewers. The most important,
I like Micah. I will pick 10 of, because I'm sure the minute he got off the stream, he looked at his
like,
bookshelf.
Oh, I forgot
exactly, because that's what happens. I would say everybody should have a copy of Manly P. Hall's Secret Teachings of All Ages. That's a reference book, but everyone should have a copy of that. I would throw in, along with his recommendation of Passport to Magonia, I would add to that both Dimensions and Revelations. In fact, I would add all three of the Vallée books, those three, the late 80s into the early 90s. Those are very important. I agree with the Edward Ruppelt book, the Report on Unidentified Flying Objects. I would recommend, there's a couple of books about the history of the MK Ultra program.
Mm-hmm.
I recommend those strongly to anyone looking into the weirdness stuff that we're talking about, particularly the Keelian type stuff or anything to do that might be connected to old lore. But yeah, see, it's hard to pick the specific books, but as far as Keel goes, I also recommend the Mothman Prophecies. Definitely. There's a book by Toyne Newton titled The Dark Worship that I would recommend.
What's that about?
A Hecate cult in England. Also, I would recommend the book The Secret Life of Harry Houdini by Kalish and Sloman.
Mm-hmm. You'd obviously recommend at least one of both Sesharis and Joseph Farrell's books, right?
Oh, yeah. Handprint of Atlas by Seshari
mm-hmm.
is the one on that list that I'd recommend. And
that's currently available from your Lulu store, right?
Yeah, that's currently available. With Joseph Farrell, my gosh, there's so many to choose from. However, I would Roswell and the Reich. And I recommend that all the time with 100% attitude. It is one of the most important Roswell books ever written, and it goes stubbornly ignored by the ET hypothesis people. Many of them hate that book, and every single one of them that I've gotten into a debate over with it or a discussion, with it, argument or whatever, not one of them have actually read the book. And, Roswell and the Reich, definitely read that one. And then, you take a look at his stuff on the Bell and the Nazi International stuff, but Roswell and the Reich for that. Wow.
It's a good starting point.
Yeah. I would say, let me think if there's one more that's jumping out at me. Again, it's like I said, I'm going to, once we finish here and I turn around and look at my bookshelf, I'll go, oh,
yeah.
So
we're getting old, Walter. Memory isn't what it used to be.
Yeah, it's just that there's so many choices, so many possibilities. If you say UFOs, or if you say ghosts, or if you specify the topic,
I just said paranormal in general.
Yeah, paranormal in general. Wow, there's so many. And the reason, let me say, the reason why some of the books I suggest will clearly not necessarily be paranormal books or not advocate the popular narrative. Case in point, Joseph Farrell's book. However, his research cannot be ignored. His research cannot be dismissed. And yes, if you're honest with yourself, it should make you question the ET hypothesis for Roswell, number one. And the same with the Kalish and Sloman book on Harry Houdini. If you don't come away from that book at least admitting that he very well could have been murdered by spiritualists, by corrupt spiritualist mediums and their corrupt associates, then you're just being stubborn. And the reason I suggest the MK Ultra books is because you'll learn about a guy named Sidney Gottlieb, I think it's Gottlieb, who was quite the scholar of paranormal and occult traditions and things like that. And when you marry that knowledge up with a technology, a psychotronic technology like MK Ultra, or psychedelic technology like MK Ultra, during the era that he was doing that, you come away seeing where that could very well have influenced certain reports of UFOs and the paranormal during those decades. And when you read the Ruppelt book, because you know what, you have got to, here's the thing. I believe that these things are real. I believe the paranormal is real. I believe ghosts and aliens, and I believe
you've experienced it. So
I've experienced some of it, Yeah. And here's the thing. That doesn't mean that every case you hear about or every claim is true or real. And you know what? You need to be honest with yourself and be able to discern when something might legitimately have a more mundane or no pun intended down-to-earth experience, because to me it makes the extraordinary stuff, the truly paranormal stuff, all the more amazing and important.
From the chat, Frontier Studios Studies, I'm sorry, I keep missing that, says, how about Shimmering Light by Walter Bosley?
Well, you know what? Yeah, I would say specifically, if you want another very viable possibility, alternative to the ET hypothesis for Roswell, absolutely read Shimmering Light, because I stand by what I propose in there, that Roswell could actually have been, and I think it's an important alternative. So if I had to put one of my books on the list.
While we're looking for other books that you would recommend, I just want to ask you to please hang out after we end the show so we can talk a little bit if you have the time. It doesn't have to be a long talk, but
yeah, I'm unexpectedly babysitting a house member's puppy. And so that's why I'm occasionally looking back there just to make sure the other dogs aren't.
You're not house sitting, you're puppy sitting.
I'm puppy sitting.
You're in your own house.
Mm-hmm.
I assume.
Yes.
Okay, so with Shimmering Light, that makes 6, right?
Oh, 6. Okay, yeah. So 4 more. Let's see.
Must-haves in your paranormal library.
Oh. I'm in my mind looking at my shelves. In the paranormal library. If you can get your hands on it, there is a book. I actually do not have a copy. I've had to look at it in libraries, but there is a book that is includes the transcripts of exorcisms. It's an older book that conducted by the Catholic Church, by their exorcists, and it gets into extensive conversations between the priests and the demons. I recommend that one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, Walter Evans Wentz's book on fairy lore. You should have Walter Evans Wentz. I recommend Carl Jung's, it's not a book, it's an essay on UFOs, and be prepared to understand what Jung actually said and meant about UFOs, as opposed to what you hear popularly misinterpreted on UFO shows and in UFO discussions. He gets misinterpreted, and Laura London, Jungian Laura, could really explain that. There's a guest you should have. Cardinal.
I plan on having her on, but I don't know her, so I need you to facilitate the introduction.
Yeah, I will facilitate that.
Actually, I was thinking about having both of you on.
That would be great. I would love to get on there and talk with her. I'm going to be talking with her on mine again in a recorded interview here as soon as we can set the day. But yeah,
maybe we bring her on your next
sure.
slot.
Yeah, I'll talk to her.
Great. That might be coming up pretty soon.
She lives in Chicago, so it would be about the same time zone as you, right?
Yes, Central. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So there we go on that. How many books am I up to?
7.
Oh, 7. Okay. On the paranormal.
Yeah. So your next show is on the 21st in a week.
Oh,
do you think you can get her in a week's time?
I'll talk to her. I'll see if that's enough advance.
No pressure, but
because Wednesdays are usually very busy for her if she's doing an episode of her show. But I will. I'll talk to her. That's the day after I get my other eye procedure done, so that's perfect. I get it done on the 20th. And
imagine having one eye fixed and having a lens put in and the other one not. It would drive me absolutely fucking crazy.
And that's the way I've been living for a couple of months. But I'll still have the eye patch on when I do your show, because that's on for
we'll make it a little pirate theme.
3 days, you know. Gosh. Let me think of another one, because these are my favorite books. So let's see. We got Walter Evans once. We got Carl Jung. We got.
Now, when you were talking about Carl Jung, you were not referring to his book Flying Saucers.
Well, it's an essay. It's not really a book, but yeah, okay. Yeah, because it's often referred to erroneously, and it's been published as a separate little book, but it's technically just an essay that he did.
While you're thinking, from the chat, our winner, Masters Maniac Mexico, says, great people like Mr. Bosley or Max von Sydow always seem to live on the edge of a black hole. Guess the same goes for Tesla. Walter, you're in pretty good company.
I know. That's astounding. Thank you. For
Masters
for that.
Maniac Mexico.
And I know what he means. It is. What I said earlier when Chris was here about, and Micah was still here, about not saying everything. I personally, I'm serious. That is something I struggle with. How much do I tell? What do I tell? Should I not tell anything? Because I am one of those that this phrase has become so cliched because of that damn TV show. But it's the desire to be aware of the truth. I refuse to say, wanting to know the real truth of things. This is what I've learned. This is what my experiences have taught me. The more you keep your mouth shut, the more you're going to learn. But see, here I am, a face in this community, and this community is all about writing about it and people talking about it and sharing their experiences. And the more I've experienced, the more I'm inclined that if you really want to know what this is about and who and what they are, try to control yourself and keep your mouth a little more shut, because it's a gift. Now it can be a curse. Oh, here's another thing. It's not a specific book, but you need to balance things. This is why I recommend, looking at books like The Dark Worship and things on exorcists and stuff, because it's not all love and light. It's not all marshmallows and ice cream. Okay. There are entities and things out there that, folks, they're bad, and they want to destroy you, and they want to use you, and they want to bring you down. Okay.
And so does this conform to the quote, when you stare into the abyss stares back into you?
Yeah. And you don't know, what part of the abyss that thing staring back, is coming from. So you have to be aware that there are some bad things out there, and people have written books about this. They've told their stories about how their encounters with the paranormal, they don't ever want to encounter it again because it was not good. It was not good in more than one of these cases. It's been known to drive people mad. It's been known to ruin people's lives. You do have to be very cautious with this stuff, So when I see these people that, I would love to be abducted by a UFO. Are you? You know what? You're being silly.
You have no idea what you're fucking talking about.
Right, because even the famous cases of abduction, as the years go on, you listen to these people. Some of them, it seems like what it really was, and what it really, they're not sugarcoating it anymore. With time, they're beginning to see this may not have been a good experience. This, or the way I was remembering it, or what I thought happened, is not what happened, and something much more sinister, or something just not good is what may have actually happened. And you got to be aware of that. You can't go into this just, and there are folks out there, this, Cardinal, that just think, well, law of attraction, if I just, don't, if I think only happy thoughts and dream only happy dreams, like in Peter Pan, then none of the bad things will come after me,
Right.
Like I see these people, when somebody posts something really spooky online, in the comments, you see these people, I do not accept this energy. Really, if something wants to attach itself to you, you put yourself within range of that thing, and it don't matter what happy thoughts you're thinking, because it can do this to you when you're totally unaware of it. And it would work that way. It makes more sense that something dark and bad would ease itself onto you or into you or whatever. Okay. So,
by the way, our winner, Masters Maniac Mexico, subscribed to the Walter Bosley channel.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
So you got at least one sub from.
Yay. So I and I know, and I guarantee you there's people out there, there's always those people, well, I know more about it than he does, and he's just being scared, and it's okay. All we can ever do is go on our own experiences and what we ourselves have, researched or seen of other people's research. And, for my money, from my experience, I've encountered stuff that scared me. One time, this was back in, I want to say 2004, I came home. I was home in between trips. This is when I was on my counterterrorism job. Big bad former agent, big bad counterterrorism guy, going to war zones and all that stuff.
When you turn that on, it's scary, man.
And I came home one night. No one else was here. And there was something outside the house that had me so spooked and creeped out that I really didn't want to look even at the windows. because I felt like it was going to be looking at me, and it wasn't
You were
good.
getting that infrasound sort of unsettlingness.
Yeah, and so I went out and stayed at a hotel that night.
Wow.
Left my own house and stayed at a hotel that night. And
from the chat, Ari says Walter referred to an Eyes on Cinema episode in which this fluffy bunny experiencer spoke out at a panel.
Yes.
Good stuff. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, there was a panel that every single person was sharing their experience, and there were negative things about these experiences, or even if there wasn't any overtly horrific thing, not one of these people seemed happy to have had this experience. And you watch and listen to them, and each one of them, they're shaken. And I would say full on depression, particularly in one woman's case, suffering from psycho-emotional hangover from whatever this was.
Some kind of trauma.
Yeah, this was some type of deep psycho-emotional trauma. And there was this one lady, when they came time to Q&A, passing the mic around, and you've been to enough conferences, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend anybody, but I can't think of any other word. You go to enough conferences, you know the kind of idiot that I'm talking about, okay?
Right.
The slap happy dummy, and she gets up and very smugly to these people informs them essentially, I'm paraphrasing, essentially that what they had was ultimately a good experience, and even if it seems bad, it's good, it's for your own good. And basically she's glossing it over.
Awakening your psychic powers and raising your vibrational rate.
And at one point she said, and they can even give you sex dreams to make it better. And the one lady, who I think was one of the most deeply affected, she goes, I wish they had given me a sex dream.
Yeah.
She says this was not, and they're trying to, politely, say to her, lady, this, what the heck? But it kind of, the lady was condescending, and it's representative of what we see too much in this community. And that is the condescending, know-it-all, love and light New Ager. I'm sorry, folks, I call you out because it's condescending, it's arrogant, and by the way, it's ignorant.
Yeah.
It's childish because it ain't all love and light. If you're these are the same people that will tell you, that they'll have the Tao symbol on things, the light and the dark, the yin and the yang, but yet you can't tell them that also applies to their precious, space angels and other beings. Yeah. No. There's angels, but there's no such thing as demons. Or if I just think of angels, demons will not tread anywhere near me, which is ignorant.
Equal and opposite.
Yeah. But it's the arrogance and the condescension and the know-it-allism. And I got to tell you, if you're really trying to impress people with what you know, don't put on that smug, smirky, well, I know more than you, kind of air, because all that does to someone who's really in the know to any degree is that tells them right off the bat, oh, you don't know jack. You don't know as much as you think you do about this. And the best way to respond is kind of politely distance yourself from those people, because those are the kind of people that will, you know what? It's like this. When you're in a profession where you carry a firearm every day, one of the first things they teach you, they say, look, if you stay in this profession long enough and you deal with firearms long enough, we're telling you right now, you are either on your way to a misfire or you're coming away from your misfire experience. Okay. And what that means is when the gun goes off unexpectedly, they tell you deal with it long enough, it's gonna happen. You need to know how to deal with it, be prepared, and hopefully prevent it. Here's my thing about the paranormal. The folks that are it's all love and light and I know more, blah, blah, they are on their way to their first butt kicking by something dark and bad. They're on their way to that experience that shakes them to the core and makes them realize how ignorant they have been.
Well, all you have to do is go back to the Calvin Parker, Charlie Hickson, Pascagoula abduction to see, abductees getting the shit beaten out of them by the aliens or whoever they are.
Well, and yeah, I just don't see how, too many people are thinking that I guess they saw Close Encounters one too many times, or E.T., and they all think they're either Richard Dreyfuss or Elliot, and it's all going to be wonderful. Well, no, it's not all.
There are some abductees that report being abducted throughout their whole lifetime, and all the aliens or whoever they are do is pain experiments.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, some abductees go their whole lives and they're just being inflicted pain on for some reason. Maybe it's to see how far they can go.
But
or maybe,
think about that.
Maybe they get an emotional high off of it. I don't know.
Yeah, because you got to ask yourself, okay, unless they're getting some unexplained, valuable medical information from repeatedly doing this, subjecting their subjects to pain for over the course of however many abductions, what's the real reason? It's like you said, are they getting off on the negative adrenaline? What's going on with that? All I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's all bad, it's all scary, but don't waste my time or anyone else's trying to say that none of it is scary and bad. This is why all those people, but Werner von Braun's deathbed confession and blah, 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 et cetera, this is why I say, come on, it's not rational or logical to think that there's never going to be an intelligent threat from the vastness of the cosmos. If there are countless inhabited worlds and intelligent species out there, you're telling me, look how much belligerence there is here on this planet. And don't tell me, well, we're the worst place in the universe. Everybody else is so much more baloney. There's going to be the equivalent of Nazis from other civilizations and you name it. There's going to be bad beings that we encounter out there. There's going to be good, of course. There are good, but I think and all I ask people to do is recognize that whole yin and yang of it. Okay, it's a spectrum, and if you got light, you've got dark, so to speak. If you got good, you got bad, and just acknowledge that and be better prepared for it, because there's some paranormal experiences that you're better off walking away from, not engaging. I had a chance to go witness a unique exorcism in Khartoum, Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
When I was there, I was trying to arrange in Omdurman, which is the old Muslim part of the city. It's where the Mahdi built his wall and everything back in the days of Gordon when they were sieging the city of Khartoum. Over in the old part of the town where it's a lot of old, mud buildings and stuff, the historical part, I was going to go watch a Yazidi exorcism, and I wasn't able to make it happen.
Is Yazidi a native tribe?
The Yazidi are it's a tradition, a religious tradition. Oh, off the top of my head, I used to be able to snap out the description.
Religious tradition.
Yeah, you can look it up. The Yezidi. But in retrospect, I'm very glad that I didn't make that happen, because the one thing that scares me the most personally, we've all got that thing. I've encountered ghosts. I've had a UFO experience. I've had a cryptid experience. To me, demons, you don't mess around with them. And my mentor, my mentor and the few advisors I've had, they've said that that's not, without, good reason. It's not that they scare me just because everyone's got something that scares them. No, they're not just a bogeyman. They are traditionally they're beings that have been around a lot longer than I've been living on this earth.
The jinn from the Muslim tradition.
Yeah, they know more than we
demons from the Christian tradition.
Yeah. And
surprisingly enough, in Judaism, there are no demons and no angels. There's just Yahweh. And well, he does send angels down occasionally to smite people or communicate with people.
Right.
But you don't have that sort of thing in Judaism as much as you do in Christianity.
Well, as much as it scares me, I'm still keenly interested in the subject of exorcisms and what exorcists do. And I don't know if that is because of perhaps a self-protection thing. It's knowledge. Knowledge is power, and you can protect yourself. And it's good, in my opinion, it's good to know if you have any reason to suspect that something is demonic and not just a happy little ET. It's good to know that. Because demons are something to be avoided if you can avoid them.
Real quick, Darius Munchausen from the chat says, Yazidis are a subgroup that live within the Kurds.
Yeah, but they're also, it kind of surprised me that there was a presence in Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
And it was wow. To think I was willing to really take a big risk, because the context in which I was over there, that's a really easy way to put yourself in a position to be kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, I was in the counterterrorism world.
Right.
So this was a side project of mine. This was not something that was authorized.
Mm-hmm.
So for a variety of reasons, I'm glad.
This was a secret mission, as it were.
It's a personal mission. Yeah. And
I was trying to make a play on words with your books.
But the books, secret missions, right?
Evidently, it didn't work.
Oh, sorry.
Did we finish up your list of books that you'd recommend?
Oh no, we didn't.
Are you on number 8 now?
Yeah, I'm on 8 or have done 8. I don't know if we lost count or not.
I think we're on 8, because last time you answered, it was 7. Unless you mixed in Sechery and Joseph Farrell.
Oh, I did. Well, the reason you would read Handprint of Atlas, Sechery's book, is because the telluric currents and the ley lines could be gateways to, paranormal experiences. So you have to. That's kind of understanding the so-called science or technology of it. Joseph Farrell's book I put on there in the spirit of, sometimes things aren't the extraordinary, and here's why. It's just as important to be able to identify when a situation is not. I mean, going back to exorcists, official exorcists, what's the first thing they do? Their first task, their first objective that they're ordered to do is to go out there and disprove that it's a possession, right? And they're the experts, and their job is to get to the bottom of it. And in 99% of the time, it's this isn't what you think it is. And they go out there with the skeptical attitude. Now, if it passes all their markers and they come to the conclusion, oh my God, yeah, we do have a possession here, then they click into exorcist mode from that point. But it's all part of it. But I'm trying to think of books that I read that creep me out. Ostensibly nonfiction books. My mind is hit a wall on on this, so I'm going to have to stick with 8.
9 and 10 have been blocked.
They're
from your
pending.
memory.
Yeah.
What are the Joshua Cutchin's books?
Again, I'm early into the reading of the first volume, but it's just so well researched and already it's fascinating. And
which book?
The Ecology of Souls.
Oh yeah.
And it ultimately gets into, I'm in the part that is the background, the history on psychopomps, and basically I'm in the part where he's identifying the players that you will meet on this stage that he takes you to. And
we have a question from the chat for you, Walter. From our winner, Masters Maniac Mexico. Walter, what started it all with you, and what got you so interested that you piled up so much knowledge?
December of 1979, I had an enlightenment experience. I woke up one morning and everything was different. I knew it was different. I looked at the wall next to my bed and I was seeing it in a different texture. Now, seriously, no joke. I was a really nerdy, geeky kid. Okay.
I think
no drugs ever, not one puff off any joint. I wasn't drinking or anything like that. Okay. But I woke up and the first thing that I did was I opened my eyes, I lifted my hands and I looked at my hands, and my first thought was, these aren't my hands.
You know, and that reminds me that during a trip, like a mushroom trip or an LSD trip, people will look at their hands. They even made fun of this in Futurama. Oh, I've got hands. You know,
yeah, these aren't my hands.
Look at their hands during a psychedelic experience too.
And it went on from there. I felt like I was walking through the house and I felt like I was seeing family members with new eyes. And that was the beginning of overt strange phenomena, paranormal activity in my life. And then
things did eventually go back to normal, right?
No.
You're still seeing your family members that way and the wall?
I never went back to being that person I was.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The day before. Okay. I've been since then the mind, the person, the identity, whatever that I was that morning that I woke up. And a few years after that, my uncle, who became my mentor, began his overt association with me. And he started, teaching me things, telling me things. He was the one who first told me about remote viewing before it was publicly known. He told me in 1986 about remote viewing. The remote viewing didn't become public until a few years later in the early 90s. And he encouraged my pursuit of weird things. He taught me some things that would lead to, he would eventually teach me necromancy. And I would have weird experiences like for a number of years, I would wake up at 3:30 in the morning and feel compelled to go turn the TV on. And every time I did, what would be on the TV would be something pertinent to what he and I had been talking about, or he'd been teaching me, or, something that would be related to what the career I would go into. And I experienced visitations, presences. This is over the course of a number of years. One time I was reading a book, a novel, and I got to one point, just a little description in a moment of this book, just a small moment. And it was so real to me that I suddenly started shaking and got nauseous and threw the book across the room. I was at San Diego State, and the book was The Talisman by Stephen King and Peter Straub. and there was this imagery described that just was like describing something I knew was real, and I saw it in my head, but it scared me and made me really nervous, and I tossed the book away and had to go outside and walk around because I was afraid I was going to get sick. And I had that reaction again when he was telling me about his first experience, which this being whom he called the Blue Lady appeared to him for the first time. As he's telling me this, I'm shaking and, throat is tightening and I'm getting kind of nervous, kind of a slight nausea or nausea. And then later that same year when I'm visiting at his house and he was telling me, he said, look, monsters are these things you think of as monsters are very real. And someday I'll take you to a place where you can see them. And as he's telling me that, I'm, trembling and having the same reaction. And when I drove home, because I drove from California to Alabama to visit him, and, it was just a creepy ride. He told me, he said, don't ever pick up a hitchhiker out there. Well, I never pick up hitchhikers. I was a kid during the Manson era, when the hippie movement went sour, and, you didn't pick up hitchhikers anymore because you never knew which one was going to rape you or slit you open. So, my generation, our parents always told us, we start driving, don't pick up hitchhikers. Right. So I knew, and he said, no, dummy. He goes, I know all that. He says, but you're going to be out on that highway when it's not daytime at times. And he says, there are things out in that desert, the American Southwest, and he goes, that you don't want to see and you don't like to think about. And he says, do not pick up any hitchhiker. And, it just, weird little things that he would tell me, and plus the weird experiences I was having and his encouragement. So naturally over the years, I would read more about this stuff as I experienced it. I would, of course it was always on my mind. I would read more and more. I'd have more experiences. And, so what happens is you kind of become a scholar of these things, not intending to. And of course, he taught me necromancy. He trained me how to, pick the grave, who to pick, what to pick, how to do it, how to raise their spirit and get information out of them.
Wow.
I was living on Long Island when he taught me how to do that. And I started the process. I selected a woman who was of the colonial period on Long Island. I would be out there. It was like something out of a Lovecraft story. And this is it's called the Old Northport Cemetery on Long Island. And it's got the colonial era, early America era headstones that are like the real flat ones with the chipping stone. Looks like something out of Dark Shadows or any old horror film. Half of them have fallen over. There's grass growing, over the stuff. And and I'd be out there at twilight at the right time, doing the right things to try to communicate with that woman. And
two more questions or comments from the chat. Frontier Study says, did he mean literal or figurative monsters?
Literal.
That's what I thought.
Literal.
And Ree says, dude, you're a modern day Odin.
Odin?
Yeah.
What? How's that?
I guess Ari will have to expound on that.
I guess I don't know enough about Odin in that regard.
Well, he's the Allfather.
Yeah.
He rules over Valhalla.
Right.
So
could he have met Odysseus? Not Odin?
No.
Because at one point, Odysseus raises the dead spirits. It's my favorite chapter in the Odyssey when he goes into the underworld and he digs that pit, that 1 cubit square pit, and then he fills it with the blood of the lamb. And then the horrible, the creepy undead come out of the dark, and they have to tell him what he wants to know before they can drink of the blood.
Oh, that's interesting.
And he holds them at sword point, and I stole that from my Secret of the Amazon Queen novel. There's a scene where the main character does that exact thing.
And the Secret of the Amazon Queen novel is no longer available, right?
Presently not available. I'm going to be releasing the revision of it, hopefully in the next year.
Ari is clarifying his remark. He raised a seer from the dead
Okay.
to tell about the details of Ragnarok.
Yeah, it's a very old tradition, you know, as we know, the whole raising the dead thing. And you know, I became what I use the term Athenist.
Athenist?
Athenist, because I
have
this admiration for this whatever for Athena. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The goddess Athena.
Yeah.
And
so you didn't literally worship her, but you just sort of thought about her.
I acknowledge her presence, and I know she's there and she watches out. So my point is this: my uncle encouraged things that led me to. In fact, he instructed me on a specific way to read Homer, specifically how to read the Iliad and the Odyssey. I mean, and I did it. I followed his instructions. It took a few months, but he was absolutely right. He said it will open things to your mind, and you'll understand some things better. And he was absolutely right. And so between these things I'm talking about, but you know, Ari mentioned Odin and you know, these ancient traditions, and with the cattle mutilations we were talking about earlier, I'm in that school of thought that considers that there's some ancient tradition, spiritual religious tradition going on that's connected to these some of these animal mutilations, and you know, the particularly cattle mutilations. There might still be, you know, a good friend of mine who was part of the Empire of the Wheel, parts of the investigation on that during those years. He and his wife had moved down to Central America and had some interesting experiences and learned some things. And during that period of time, if you recall, a few years ago, when the cartels were just chopping people's heads off and doing horrific things very publicly, he was talking with a trusted associate down there. And this associate said to him, he goes, you know how dating back to the Aztecs, we had these religions where you would sacrifice and it was all blood and it was all this and demonic forces and stuff. And he asked this friend of mine, he said, what makes you think they ever really stopped? And, you know, this is something that other people have voiced. And that's my view. What makes, you know, just because, you know, Judaism, then Christianity, then Islam came around and suppressed certain things, it doesn't mean that it completely, we'll just, you know, shit can this, and, you know, we'll just not think about these traditions or practice them anymore. That's silly. Of course, somebody is out there doing these traditions, and you know, I'm wondering if that's why I was taught some of the things I was taught to do.
Actually, we have another comment from Masters Maniac, Mexico. Excuse me. Masters Maniac, Mexico. Man, you won't believe this question. And there are several traditions more that relate you with the dead on many levels. I never found that strange. I literally still do appointments with my ancestors, like my dad.
Cool. Yeah, I find that dead family, dead ancestors to me, the experiences with that seem the most real for me have been the ones where they've come to me unexpectedly. And what I mean by that, it's usually when I'm sleeping. Now, occasionally I have a waking experience. I don't see them, but, you know, it's the sensing, or sometimes I'll hear something. Sometimes the sense of smell. You got to be careful with that, though, because that can also be the hallmark of the presence of something not good.
And Joshua Cutchin wrote a book about that.
Yeah. And But now there is another thing that I'm fascinated with. I've been experiencing a little bit of what they call oneirophobia, and that is a little bit of a fear of dreaming because my dreams are so vivid, and yet I don't have nightmares. Notice I'm knocking on wood. Oh, Tiki, come on, it's not the door. Hey, sorry, I triggered my dog by knocking on wood.
Yeah.
Where was I?
When you knock on wood,
yeah,
you're supposed to do it only 3 times.
Yeah.
One is to awaken the wood spirit. The second one is to wish your wish. And the third one is to be grateful and to put them back to sleep or back where they were.
Yeah. Oh,
any
okay.
fewer, any more is a problem.
Uh-oh. And I've been sitting there. So, I don't really have traditional nightmares, but when there is an issue in a dream that's frustrating, it's so real that, there are many nights where I'm like, I just want to sleep without dreaming. I just don't want to endure that because it really seems like a real life. I'm an incredibly, I guess, lucid is the word.
So you wake up in a cold sweat, that kind of thing?
That not so much that. And when I do wake up, I'll wake up, most of the time rested, or I wake up because I got to get up, and I don't wake up in a kind of frenzy. But it's more of a, in fact, I wouldn't call it a oneirophobia. It's more like onira annoyance. It's like, I don't want to go through this because while I'm in it, it's so I can't get the suitcase packed in time to make the plane, and when I wake up and I'm like, okay, whatever, on with my day. But it's because I have experienced precognition in dreams. And this doesn't happen all the time, like a lot of people out there talk about. This really happened one time that sticks with me, and it was years ago. It was in January of 1981. I had a dream that I can still see in my mind vividly, and the episodes as I go through that dream over the course of the next several decades, that dream has come true. I mean, in instances, either virtually, literally, or literally. So it was more like I saw what was to come in a dream, and
all of it came true.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole discussion in itself that you and I can have sometime. But I can go through each thing, and then I can tell you the instances in my life in which it was the dream coming true. And it's kind of uncanny, but it's not something that happens to me all the time. That vividly, that's the big one. That was the whopper. But I do have extremely vivid dreams. Another one of note that you might find interesting, I've talked about it elsewhere. I talk about it in Shimmering Light, actually, a little bit. I overdosed, so to speak, on guarana seed via energy drinks. I was drinking 2 Tall Boy Rock Stars, this blueberry flavor, which was wonderful. I was in my mid to late 40s. And I was drinking 2 a day.
You're talking about Rockstar. Interestingly, as a vegan, there's only one Rockstar drink I can drink.
Oh. Well, I don't drink rock stars anymore since this, and particularly since dealing, having gone through cancer treatment, there's a lot of things I don't have.
Well, the only reason I bought them was so that we could do our tiki pour up.
Oh, together. Yeah. Okay. But I had I had been drinking 2 of these a day, and by the time I got to the 14th day of this, I was hit with vertigo, and I had this dream. It was 4 days in which I literally had to lay on the couch and could barely move. If I had to go to the bathroom, I would have to crawl slowly because the house would not stop spinning. But I had what is singularly of all a lifetime of lucid, vivid, realistic dreams. This was one of the top 3 doozies, if not the doozy, for being the most like a waking state. And in this dream, I know how cheesy this sounds, but I remember seeing this amorphous clump of colors in the night sky, very distinctly clear, starry night sky. And I'm seeing these colors and clouds. And with it, there is this sound. It was musical, but it wasn't a tune or a melody or anything. It wasn't music per se, but it was musical. And it is the most beautiful, wonderful sound I have ever heard, awake or asleep, in my entire life. Beyond description. I would love to hear the sound again, but I'm not willing to overdose on guarana again or take some substance.
But you said that you're a lucid dreamer, right?
Yeah.
So all you have to do is set yourself an obstacle to overcome or something like that.
Okay.
And then the reward for overcoming the obstacle would be hearing that song again, right?
Oh, okay.
That's part of lucid dreaming.
Because this sound was, like I said, it wasn't a song, it wasn't a piece of music, it was this musical sound. Like some people said, oh, it's like the music of the spheres, so to speak. Okay, I'm familiar with that phrase and stuff, but this sound, it was the most wonderful sound I've ever heard, and I would love to hear it again. Well, and yet in that dream, I felt the cool air on my skin, the cool night air.
Nice H.P. Lovecraft reference.
It was, oh, wow. Come to think of it, you're right. Yeah, but that was a negative story there with him.
Yeah.
I have to just step out on the other side of the screen here and check on the pup that I'm babysitting.
Sure, no worries.
Be right back.
And I would like to thank the chat for being with us throughout this extended more than double length Into the Fringe. And I'm glad that Walter is able to hang with us and continue to be here. And please subscribe if you haven't already. And tell your friends about the Cardinal Sin channel and even the people you hate. You can get your merch, like the shirt that I'm wearing now, at gillstore.com. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see the back of it if I turn around, but I'll try.
Okay. This is the little, I'm just going to hold him for a little while. This is the little guy right here.
Oh, puppy.
Yep. His name is Dracaris.
Oh, Dracaris. Okay. And we do have a couple of interesting questions for you.
Okay.
In the chat. I need to find it again. Let me find it. Oh, Frontier Studies says, does Walter keep a dream journal?
No, I have written down that one particular dream, but I know I should, but I haven't been keeping one.
Okay.
I think part of that is because of the oneirophobia that I'm experiencing. I think somewhere in my mind, I'm afraid that if I start documenting this, it'll happen more. And here's the thing: most of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the times, let's say, I really like these other places I go in my dreams. I'm not having wild psychedelic Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds type of landscapes. These are all very realistic landscapes, so much so that I visit the thought experiment of, are these actually other worlds we live in while we're asleep in this one? Because that's how real and realistic and normal they are. But some of the places, I really like those places. So I guess if I start keeping a journal, I'll have just as, and it were to spike more of these journeys, I would get more time in the places that I like, as well as the frustrating experiences.
Yeah. Let's see here. I did have something I was going to ask you. Oh, okay. This is a big one for you. Now that he's been in the limelight for a while, and we're no closer to uncovering anything more than a Tic Tac video, do you think maybe Lou Elizondo has served his purpose?
Yeah.
I mean, the guy admitted that the government asked him to turn his counter-espionage and counter-insurgency skills toward the UFO community, and it seems like he's still on the payroll. And for all his highfalutin promises and directives, they've all turned out to be a big nothing burger. What do you think?
Yeah, I was never really overly impressed with the whole Lou Elizondo thing. I always, from the beginning, if you were to go back to, 2017, 2018, when those guys were first coming on the scene, and I was one of the first voices saying, this is an op. Mm-hmm. This is a psyop going on. And I put a finer point on it. I said back then, this is a perception management operation going on. That's what this guy's involved with. And I didn't characterize it as good or evil. In fact, I think I explained why under some circumstances it would be a good thing. And that's within the context of a national security reason. But, where we're at now, yeah, I think the guy has he's flashed in his pan. And he's never really ultimately delivered on the promise that so many people believed in with him. Mm-hmm. And really, I see a guy who's just wanted to, be on the stage with all the other UFO luminaries. And
well, here's my thinking. He said that he resigned from what was it, the FBI or the CIA or something?
DOD. I don't know if it was directly from the Army or what.
But I think it's kind of obvious that since he mentioned 9 years ago that his directive was to apply his counterterrorism and counterinsurgency to the UFO community, that he's done his job and he's still on the payroll.
Well, remember how I've described it. A lot of people, you retire from the military or an actual full staff employee position with Uncle Sam on Friday, and then on Monday you report in as a contractor. And I suspect, I wouldn't be surprised, I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if he hasn't been a contractor since he retired this whole time. And you can be a contractor in the intelligence operations world, big time.
Is there any way for us to determine whether he's actually retired or not?
If he's under some type of operational contract, no, you're not going to find the smoking gun. You're going to find circumstances which someone like me could give you an estimate of, that looks like what it is, because, that's what it looks like to me. Therefore, there's a chance that he could be that, but that's going to be the closest you'll come. If he's an operational contractor, that'll be the closest that you'll come.
Ari in the chat says, Gil, if I remember correctly, you had this guy sussed out pretty early. Yes, you do remember correctly.
Yeah.
I was very dubious.
I wasn't the only one. There were some others that were dark journalists. Daniel List, he was one of the ones who, at about the same time said, this is suspect. But what happened was you had all those annoying newbies and fanatical fans, or the stands or whatever you want to call them, that were just, they were putting on the knee pads and,
we're not talking roller wall.
Yeah, and and they would come out and just, online they would just attack anybody that dared question, their St. Lou, and now the joke's on them, because those of us who question him, the reality is that it looks like we were spot on, with the basics.
Yeah, definitely. Let me see here. By the way, thank you for staying on. And
sure,
I know that you thought that you were late, but actually it was a really interesting juxtaposition.
Oh,
and
good.
Then
Okay.
When we had you and Micah and Chris all together, I knew that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and, I ended up having it wasn't so much the puppy sitting, it was other things that made it a very distracting day. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I've got to log on, because I'm supposed to be on Into the Fringe with the guys. And
yeah,
I ended up being later than I was supposed to be, but I'm glad it's worked out.
It was a really nice surprise for Micah.
Okay, don't do your teething on my thumb.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Where do you come down on Bob Lazar? Because I know somebody from the chat will ask.
He's a fraud.
Okay.
His story that he tells and tries to, it's BS. At the most, if he legitimately saw anything while walking down that hallway, looking at it was a setup for, again, perception management, study, or he misunderstood what he saw, or he was gamed. But no, I don't buy the Bob Lazar thing, and yeah. I think it's a waste of time. Joe Rogan to me is not a mental giant. He's a brilliant businessman, but he's not a mental giant. But still, he's too shrewd to be buying the Bob Lazar thing. I don't know why he buys that.
He's either easily gulled or knows that it'll be clickbait and get a lot of views.
And that's where his smarts come in. If that's why he's because I don't buy Lazar. To me, Jeremy Corbell is a buffoon that is a master of selling himself. Yeah. I will hand that to him. I mean, he's on national TV more than I've ever been. Mm-hmm. He's making whatever money he's making, doing what he's doing, but it's not going to have longevity because, there are too many people that see through, what a carnival barker that he is. He'll go on to the next
all
thing.
of his documentaries have been fairly see-through,
Yeah. When he's done with making whatever he wants to make off of the UFO community, he'll be on to something else.
Oh, I'm sure. But then again, so are we. Right.
What?
We write fiction and nonfiction about the UFO community. So,
but we're more invested in the phenomenon and we're more sincere and legitimate, and we're honest. I'm not even going to say more honest. We're honest. I don't think he is.
Just looking at some of the comments in the chat.
I'm going to go open the door for the dogs out for a few minutes. I'll be
sounds good.
Come on, T. Come on, buddy. I can go potty.
It's just for when Walter's away from the microphone. Don't get too used to it.
Okay. Oh, I got to get up early for a doctor appointment.
Oh, well, I won't keep you then. I did have one last question lined up for you. Do you think that Dr. Bruce Maccabee, an optical physicist for the Navy, and most of the checks cut to military and intelligence, some subcontractors come from the Navy. Do you think that he's on our side, or is he part of the cover-up? Stanton Friedman certainly had his opinions about Bruce Maccabee.
I've come to think that there's something to the argument that he's somewhat, part of protecting the technology in that aspect of cover-up, not covering extraterrestrials,
right?
More covering technology. But I also think that there was a when I say this, I mean it with a small m, low level, he was mercenary about it. I think some people have pointed out that in one or more cases that he's come out and said, oh, this looks legitimate, real to me. He was paid for that opinion. I don't quote me, but I vaguely recall hearing that. So, I think you got to, Maccabee is somebody that, in my ultimate opinion, you got to take with a grain of salt. For instance, did he think Gulf Breeze was legitimate? Those Ed Walters photos?
I don't honestly remember.
It's like, because I remember the first time I saw those photos, I laughed my ass off.
Yeah, the wedding cake copies.
An excellent podcast. Aaron Gullius's The Saucer Life is in there. He's getting ready to post his third part in his presentation on the whole Gulf Breeze thing, and you can learn a lot of good stuff there about honest things. About
I think if Bruce Maccabee had said that the photos from Gulf Breeze were fake, I think I would have remembered that.
Right. No, I was under an impression. Didn't he say they were real?
Yeah, I honestly don't remember either way.
Yeah.
But I thought I would ask you about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and kind of roll this up for the night. It's been a long show, almost 4.5 hours. Where can we find more about you online, Mr. Bosley?
It's like we went as long as a Bruce Springsteen concert, at least as long as he used to. Yeah. You can find me at the Walter Bosley channel. You can find my books only at lulu.com, LULU.com, print on demand. It's worth the wait. They are quality books. And I'm not on Amazon because Amazon's not good for small press publishers and indie authors. So lulu.com only. And there we go.
And what about empireofthewheel.blogspot.com?
Oh, yes.
And the other one.
Empireofthewheel.blogspot.com has good stuff. Sometimes I go long times without posting anything new, but the stuff that's there is really good. And lostcontinentlibrary.blogspot.com is going to start being active again with more posts. I mean, it's out there for you to look at soon, because as I'm approaching the 20th anniversary, I'm going to be more active there, posting things and such. So
yay!
So there we go.
And what do you do on the Walter Bosley channel, so people have some idea?
I do posts of pre-recorded what I call bits, which are little short commentaries on topics like we discuss here, strange phenomena or weird historical stuff.
And stuff.
Yeah. And I also will post, increasingly I'm going to be doing pre-recorded interviews and discussions with other people. I do a live stream every Sunday Sunday afternoon. And also you can see my first silent film, Hell's Bells, which this is an image directly from the film. You can see that there. And either before you watch the film or after you watch it, you can listen to the discussion that Laura London and I, Jungian Laura, had about the film from the Jungian perspective. So
very cool. Very cool. Well, thanks again for coming in to surprise Micah.
Yeah. Thanks for asking me.
I think it was really interesting because Christopher showed up about 40 minutes after we started. And I think he thought that was the extent of the surprise. And then he got this long wait before you came in. And then it was even better surprise. So
okay. Good.
That's really cool. And I thank you again for doing that and taking
Thanks for having
time
me
out of your day. You can search on the Walter Bosley channel on YouTube, and you don't have to deal with all the Adventure Man long URL.
Right.
Although Darius Munchausen has that right here. And Ari says, thanks, Walter. Great as always to see you.
Thank you, Ari. Also at the Walter Bosley channel, if you scroll through, you'll find the recorded discussions on some of the personal experiences I talked about here. So,
oh, and tell us about your live stream.
It's just me getting on there and commenting. I try to keep it within the context of, again, the kinds of the things I do with my research, related topics, what the latest is with the UFO community, that kind of thing. And also I share, my model building enthusiasm. You'll find posts where I show my models and my model kits. I enjoy building model kits. I did it as a kid. I got back into it about 3 years ago. I jumped back into it, and then during that time I was going through cancer treatment and we were all going through COVID quarantine at the same time, model building was the perfect thing to get back into. So
sure.
And there we go. So you'll see there's fun stuff there, as well as it's all fun, but there's things that aren't related to the topics that I share and that I enjoy doing.
And your weekly live stream is on Sundays, correct?
Sunday afternoons. It varies somewhere between noon and 3 is when it'll start. I usually keep it down to about 2 hours.
Noon to 3 Pacific time.
Well, it'll start. Yeah, it'll start somewhere in that range. It can start as early as noon. It can start as late as 3, but it goes
whenever it actually goes.
It goes for about a couple hours. Yeah,
couple hours.
And I usually talk about something and then take questions and comments.
Because 2 hours is enough, Walter Bosley, for anyone.
That's right. That's become my closing phrase.
All right. So we've got thank you from Masters Maniac Mexico. Thanks, panel. What a great night. Can't wait to read the book. Cam's Crash Courses says, at Cardinal Sin, thanks, Cardinal. Amazing stream. Sorry for the terrible typing. Doing 3 things at once.
I can relate.
At Walter Bosley, thanks, Walter. Love to talk to you sometime.
Sure.
Been in the same places doing similar things.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So, and Darius Munchausen, of course, says, thank you for joining us, Walter.
Thank you, Darius.
So I'm going to go ahead and log off for the evening. Please remember, Walter, I want to talk to you a little bit after the show.
Yes.
And for Micah Hanks and Christopher OBrien, Walter Bosley, and Cardinal Sin, we are out.